Welcome, everybody, to the November 19th, 2024 meeting of the Tompkins County Legislature. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we even do the roll call, I want to announce that we're still having audio issues, correct? And so everybody needs to speak loudly and clearly right into their microphones tonight. We're trying to work out our audio issues, so please pardon our audio dust. Can we have the roll call, please?
Rich John.
Here.
Ann Corman.
Here.
Mike Lane.
Here.
Greg Mezzi.
Here.
Veronica Pillar.
Here.
Lee Shurtleff.
Here.
Mike Sigler.
Here.
Shauna Black.
Here.
Travis Brooks. Randy Brown.
Here.
Amanda Champion. Susan Curry.
Here.
Deborah Dawson.
Here.
Travis Brooks.
Here.
Dan Klein.
Here. 14 members present. We have quorum, and both Ann and Travis are remote, and they are permitted to vote tonight based on the county's remote access policy. Presentation of proclamations, petitions, communications, and notices. Nothing. All right. We will be having 2 executive sessions tonight, and I will announce the purposes shortly before we go into those. And as far as reordering of business, it's possible we're going to ask to move resolutions N, O, and P up, depending on when staff get here. But also, I would like to move up to the very next thing, one privilege of the floor for one particular municipal official who needs to leave early to go to another meeting. So I'd like to do that right now, if I have everyone's permission to do that. Okay. I'd like to call up Dan Lamb, Deputy Supervisor, Town of Dryden.
Gotta put my knee on ice, actually.
You're welcome to take a seat over there if you'd like. Those are all on mic and on camera too.
I can stand. That's all right.
Okay, very good.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for allowing me to speak to you. We do have a town planning board meeting tonight that I need to get to, and I know you all know that feeling. But I'm really appreciative that you're considering a resolution that came out of the Tompkins County Council of Government Emergency Management Committee, which Mark Whitmer and I serve on, and a few others like Roarden Hart from Trumansburg. We would love your support for this call to New York State to declare emergency services an essential service throughout New York State. I feel this is very important that we treat this service just like we treat fire service, which town government is responsible for maintaining. When you dial 911, the call goes out and you just assume an organization is going to show up there. If it's fire, it's essential, so the fire service will show up. But 40% of our fire and EMS calls that come into, say, Dryden Fire Department or Varna Fire Department, 40% of those are EMS, light rescue or ambulance. And we don't have uniformity throughout Tompkins County or throughout our towns in terms of what type of entity is operating and what standards they're meeting, what data they're operating under. And so there's a need for uniformity throughout New York State, and there's a movement and afoot. There's legislation in the state Senate, which actually passed back in May, supporting this declaration that EMS is an essential service. The governor had it in her executive budget, but Albany, being Albany, did not get this across the finish line because it wasn't carried in the assembly. We're fortunate that our representative here, Anna Kellis, is fully on board on this, as some of the regional reps like Donna Lopardo down in the Broome County area. Senator Webb is a strong supporter of this legislation. It just needs more oomph, like a strong resolution from Tompkins County. I'm sure that's what we need to put it over the line. And it'll allow, what this does is it allows counties to develop plans operating very much like how a town would develop a fire district. The county could then create an ambulance district and create mechanisms to make sure that the entire area of the county is served by emergency services such as light rescue or ambulance. And we need to iron those things out because, like it or not, right now we have a rather patchwork system in Tompkins County where we have Dryden Ambulance. We're well endowed with emergency services in our town. But as I've told some of you already, 40% of Dryden Ambulance's calls go outside our town, outside of our certificate of need area. So we're providing a lot of services for the 1.2 million we allocate to Dryden Ambulance. We need a better system, a more equitable system, but also a more consistent system throughout Tompkins County. So I'm pleased that so many of you are interested in this topic and that you'll support this policy as well and send a message to Albany. Now, just quickly while I'm up here, since I'm representing the town of Dryden, we just passed our budget last week. We kept our tax levy to 4.5% and a 12% cut in our tax rate. So we're pretty proud of that. We've been able to keep things down. Of course, property values are going through the roof, so that doesn't hurt. But that's why we had a big cut in our tax rate. I am working on a bridge for you guys, the Freeds Road Bridge. It's been one of my pet projects or curses for the last 8 years, but I'm pleased to say that we've cleared a key, something called the Section F requirement of the federal government, federal highway. We've cleared that. We're just doing a historical record document that is required in New York State Cultural Affairs, and then we should be able to proceed with bridge design and removing and replacing that bridge in 2025 and opening it up in 2026 and giving it to you, because counties own bridges in this area. But anyway, it's a pleasure to speak with you, and thank you very much. I believe Mark Whitmer is here as well, and he could probably speak on this resolution as well, if you wouldn't mind, while we're on the topic.
Mark, did you also want to speak to this resolution? Sure. Okay. Please, later then, if you don't mind, unless you have a meeting at 7 o'clock too, or 6 o'clock.
Mine starts at 6.
Okay. Thank you. Much appreciated. Were there any questions for Dan before he leaves? Rich.
Yeah, Dan, thank you for bringing this from the Council of Governments. I did want you to know that we did pass a resolution last spring in favor of the package of EMS proposals, including this element of declaring EMS an essential service, but no harm in highlighting it. So we're happy. I'm happy to support it again.
Sure did, and as a matter of fact, I think 3 of those 5 bills that were collected in that resolution passed. 2 of them didn't. So we're coming to, of course, the close of this current session. January is another ball game, and so we need to isolate these 2 and perhaps some others that the legislature puts out there. But I think we're just, doing cleanup now. Okay, thank you for the 3. Let's get these last ones across the finish line.
Mike Sigler, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, this doesn't seem like something that would be that controversial, but is it an upstate, downstate thing? Where's the resistance to it, I guess?
Well, actually, in the Senate, the sponsor is from downstate. She's from Yonkers. I think her name's Mayor, Senator Mayor. And so she's carried this. And it does not pertain to counties over 1 million in population. So it is more about smaller counties. But I don't sense that there's an upstate, downstate divide, since it did pass rather easily in the state Senate, which is dominated by downstate representatives. There's a transition that needs to occur with a model like this, and maybe some private ambulance companies aren't eager to see this. May or may not hurt them, but they don't like change. That's my suspicion, and they got to the Assembly leadership and said, let's put a stop on this one till we get more comfortable with it. But in the meantime, this is life or death. The reason why I'm here is, we got to get these calls answered. And people shouldn't be waiting 18 or 20 minutes for a light rescue or an ambulance to come and stabilize somebody in critical need. And that's why we can't wait on this.
Mike Lane.
Would it make sense for us to consider home rule legislation to allow us, just Tompkins County, to form a district?
You have my full support on that. I think the county should have a certificate of need countywide to provide ambulance service, and you could go ahead and presumably create an ambulance district, but I'm not sure. This legislation allows you to create an ambulance district like towns create fire districts. I don't know if you have that legislative authority right now.
We'd have to have home rule legislation and have it approved.
That would be the alternative route.
Right.
Start thinking about this model, the better, because it's coming, given the support in the Senate and the governor's office for it.
Thanks.
Any other questions or comments for Dan? Okay, Dan, thank you very much. We're going to move to public privilege of the floor. If there's anybody that would like to speak to the public, speak to us, please grab one of these blue forms from the back of the room, fill it out, bring it on up, and we'll get you right in the queue, and we'll get you to speak. In the meantime, yes, thank you. I was going to tell you guys there are a few seats over there. Very good. Okay. Yeah, let's start with the Zoom speaker. Oh, let me read the rules first. So if you're speaking tonight, you're agreeing to the following rules. I agree to a 3-minute time limit. I agree not to raise my voice. I agree not to use lewd, obscene, profane, slanderous, or libelous language, or speak or act in a manner that would tend to incite a breach of the peace. I agree not to speak about county personnel matters. Personnel matters include comments about the job performance of named county employees other than elected officials. After 3 minutes, I agree to leave the microphone and yield the floor. Transferring time to another person is not permitted. I agree to be courteous and not make comments, gestures, outbursts, or other disruptions while other members of the public or legislature are speaking. I agree that if I cause a disruption and I'm asked to leave, I will leave the chambers. So we'll go to the Zoom speakers first, and the first one I have up is Kristen Morse.
Hello, good evening. I am here mainly just to listen in on the meeting. I currently don't have anything to add.
Okay, thank you for joining us. Next up on Zoom, Anna Vergari.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm sorry, go ahead. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes,
All right, I'll get started. My name is Anna Vergari, and I am the Outreach Coordinator at Reach Medical. I need to share continued concerns and ideas about our cold weather response, particularly after the recent tour and Q&A session that was held at the Old Key Bank. We have watched a regulatory organization in our community stand up a code blue warming station, something I continue to call a monumental undertaking. However, I am not only disheartened by the lack of collaboration during this unique opportunity to leverage evidence-based approaches and established relationships to truly improve outcomes, but I am scared. The community is scared. We are terrified about what this cold weather season will do to the folks in our community experiencing unsheltered homelessness. As of today, this new warming station was created and planned with zero consultation from licensed and trained professionals who are begging to collaborate. We know the people. We know their health needs, their mental health needs, their social barriers, their relationships, their triggers, and we know that they've experienced both extreme and unthinkable trauma as well as systematic trauma. We know our folks have a very difficult time trusting new people, and when they lose their supports, oftentimes we are faced with an unimaginable emotional response and new trauma. Refusing help, expertise, and collaboration from community stakeholders will only lead to devastating human outcomes. During the tour, we learned that people might have access to one phone to contact their trusted supports. However, if they do, that phone call will be monitored. This is a small look into how resources are being misused and implemented in a punitive way. We are stripping away even the most basic human rights. As a trained professional, if I was working with a person who needed to call someone they trust, I'd support them in finding the access to do so with privacy Maybe offer them some water and remind them I'm nearby if they need me for anything. Training and approaches we are all willing to share with DSS as they prepare to prepare for this work that's entirely new to them. I know we're all worried about increased costs too, especially for an unsustainable plan. Costs rooted in high police utilization and high emergency room utilization. An example being that when folks check out with all of their belongings each morning and choose not to use the DSS warming station, they'll be outside, visible, and we will continue a pattern of criminalizing homelessness. The Code Blue space opens next week, and the plan as is rooted in reactivity rather than just supporting an evidence-based trauma-informed model delivered by trained professionals who are eager to help. I believe there's still time to change this plan, and honestly, I believe changing the plan could be the difference between life or death this winter too. Thank you.
Okay, I see we have Chief Kelly from the Ithaca Police Department in the room, who has filled out a blue form. Chief, welcome to the Tompkins County Legislature. And if you are representing the Ithaca Police Department today, you do not have a 3-minute time limit. You have the floor. We're going to ask you questions if that's who you're representing today.
Don't give me more than 3 minutes. There we go.
Sorry to interrupt. I think you might have to raise the microphone higher. Want speakers to be closer than these ones do.
Goes up any but.
Yeah, that's good.
Oftentimes, law enforcement is asked what their role is in mental health, in substance use, and homelessness. And it's times like this, and certainly that I can say what our role is. With the recent closing of the St. John's shelter, especially coming into the cold brew season, certainly will present many challenges. We appreciate the hard work and the quick turnaround in the county's work in getting a cold blue warming station established. But throughout this process, there has not been a lot of input from professionals within the community, within the police agencies. And we understand that, we needed to get to this point. But right now, being in the 11th hour would be a good time to start incorporating the professionals that work with our homeless and our vulnerable populations. And that is pretty much all I have to say at this point. I think it'd be a good idea to start listening to the people that do this, that have the trust of the community, that will help to move forward in a positive direction and prevent any catastrophes from happening this winter.
Questions or comments for Chief Kelly? Randy.
Yes, thank you for coming very much. What would be your first suggestion?
Well, and as the last speaker had said, we went from no outside support to a phone. And I think we need to make accommodations, whether it's a separate office, separate station, where people do have the ability to talk to their trusted counselors, doctors, advocates, to make sure that we're not letting people slip through the cracks.
Greg.
Yeah, Chief, I just want to say thanks for being here. I know sometimes it's not always popular to stand in front, especially in the role in which you serve, but I just appreciate the fact that you came out, and it definitely shows the sort of turning of the tide and the image around community policing, and appreciate that you're here trying to advocate for the best possible outcomes for people within our community, regardless of where they are in their point in time in life. So thanks for being here.
Mike Sigler.
Hi, Chief. Yeah, thanks for coming. I guess my question is, we know where the shelter is going to be. Is there any plans within the police department to kind of beef up patrols around that area?
At this point, in what we don't know is what really truly the outcome is going to be. So at this point, actually having people who are experienced and continue to do the work and have access to the vulnerable population is going to be the best course of action. You know, we're certainly going to be responsive to things as they evolve, as well as the county. I mean, being a county facility, this is going to pull resources, and if we're not taking these preemptive or proactive steps to prevent conflicts from happening, you know, then we're going to be dealing with the aftermath.
I have a question. I appreciate the concerns you're raising. How do you see that this is different than the shelter that existed before? What concerns do you see that didn't exist at the other shelter?
At the other shelter, you had an established system. You had access to people who needed assistance. You had access to the advocates. Where we're at this point, there is no outside access. The facilities is not a shelter. It's essentially a dorm, where the previous shelter had individual rooms, it was broken up a little bit, where if people had conflicts with one another, they weren't simply just put together in the same room. And there were systems in place for checking property and storing property and doing the safety preventative work to make sure that there weren't weapons or contraband being introduced into that facility.
I believe we do have storage and checking in and screening for contraband and weapons. I believe that's all part of our shelter.
Without certainly getting into details, there is plans that were shared with us just the other day that will be checking people, their person, when they come in. Property will go into a separate area and be going in and out of the facility each day. There's not any type of accommodation to store property, and so people are going to have access to that coming in and going out of the shelter daily. They're going to be wanding, but we're not checking property that people are bringing in. So it's just some things to think about that are important. I know other shelters in the state that will average a stabbing or two a year that do check all of the property that comes in. So these are things we just want to mitigate and take into account ahead of time and prevent these instances from happening.
I also want to just mention, and someone could fact check me if I'm wrong, is that we are installing more phones than just one in there. So.
Well, and this is the communication that has not happened.
Any other questions or comments for Chief Kelly? All right, thank you very much for coming. Come anytime.
Thank you.
Okay, going back to what I would call public privilege of the floor. I've got Robert Lynch representing himself.
Good evening. Robert Lynch of Town of Enfield, member of the Enfield Town Board. I'm here tonight representing myself. And I want to thank Dan Lamb, my TCOG colleague from Dryden, for framing the issue on which I'm going to speak tonight. I have a slightly different perspective. I was somewhat surprised to see the item on the agenda for tonight. TCOG considered it at its meeting of September 26th. Unfortunately, I was not able to attend that. I was representing Enfield in another capacity that afternoon. So I did not have a chance to really provide a counter argument, which I think is appropriate to the question of establishing emergency medical services as an essential service under New York state law. We in Enfield are a little different position than Dryden is. Dryden has a paid ambulance service to their credit, and as Dan Lamb said, 30 to 40% of Dryden's calls come outside of Dryden, and so there's a funding question there. We in Enfield do not have an ambulance service. We cannot afford an ambulance service, and if we were to try to undertake that kind of expense, it would break our budget. And that's the concern. And had this proposed resolution that you may vote on tonight gone through the committee process, I would have had an opportunity to go back to the Enfield Town Board and ask their opinion on it. Also the opinion of the Enfield Board of Fire Commissioners, which I will be meeting with shortly. But this kind of surprised me, and we're going to act on it tonight, I guess. I see the problem here is, yes, this is a product of good intentions, but it's also carries with it unintended consequences, and that is the question of an unfunded mandate from the state. I know the entire resolution says we want to coordinate it on a county-wide basis. That would be great. But what's going to happen probably is Albany is going to come down to a mandate that says each and every one of the towns will have to provide this like they provide fire service. And again, we can't afford it in Enfield. We'd either have to buy an ambulance, fund it 24/7 with paid people, no doubt, or contract with a neighboring municipality like the Trumansburg Ambulance Service, or maybe Bangs, and it would come out of the taxpayer's budget. I think a more appropriate way would be for state funding along the lines of a CHIPS model that would allow each community to fund this kind of a service or fund its rescue squad, and that would be a better way to do it. Also, perhaps allowing municipal ambulance companies like Dryden's to bill not only Medicaid, but also maybe private insurance for compensation. But I think this could lead to a rivalry between municipalities where you got the poor ones who say we can't afford it, the rich ones say please pay us, and that could lead to a kind of a municipal civil war that I wouldn't like to see. So I hope you will consider that carefully. I'd like you to put it back in the committee, consider it further, and come back later with perhaps a better argument when legislation is actually before the lawmakers in Albany. Thank you.
Next up is Zach Wynn.
Good evening. I have sent you photos and video of the residential portion of the Asteria building. You will see the general lack of cleanliness, holes in the walls, used syringes, feces, and blood that are also accompanied by a great deal of graffiti, with the stairwell smelling of spray paint and urine. This is a building that has only been open for about 6 months. The front door of the building opens without a key fob, allowing anyone to enter unobstructed. This is reminiscent of the broken door in the parking garage of the art house that has finally been fixed after more than 6 months. I checked the door of the Asteria again on the way over here, and it still opens to anyone walking in off the street. Considering the large amount of money being given by the county to maintain the facility, the placement of people by county services to live in the building, and the major drain the building represents to first responder resources, it might be time to look into modifying or rescinding the tax abatements given to the Vecino Group, if only as a mechanism to motivate Vecino to better maintain their property. I have also sent drone photographs of Jungle 2 behind Agway that were taken yesterday afternoon. This is the place Thomas Rath was kidnapped from before he was tortured and murdered. In addition to the stripped bicycle parts, you may also notice large volumes of garbage and abandoned campsites that are spoiling the land. While Lowe's has erected a fence along their property line, the city of Ithaca has done little to deter the illegal activity that defines this area. Unlike the public eyesore that was Jungle 1 by the inlet, Jungle 2 is an out-of-sight, out-of-mind problem for the majority of the community, apart from the residents of Nate's Floral Estates and the businesses in the area. You may have seen the Cornell Daily Sun article about the more than $40,000 worth of bicycles that have been stolen this semester alone. From the Bike Walk Tompkins presentation, it is clear that there is organized theft of bicycles occurring, and those that are not fenced outside the county are likely in the jungle. I hope the bike registry proposed by Bike Walk Tompkins made it into the budget. The lack of action on the part of the city with regard to Jungle 2 serves to enable the criminal activity of the encampments and the drug habits of those who reside there. The county needs to issue another citation to the city and order a cleanup of Jungle 2. Please consider asking the health department to do so. The city itself is not immune from the criminal activity that is festering in the community, with a second break-in at city water and sewer being reported to have taken place the weekend before last. The previous break-in was mentioned in the September city manager report, which described the millions of dollars in inventory that is kept there. This break-in is part of a larger pattern of criminality, from package thefts, robberies, assaults, and continuous shoplifting for businesses in the West End. Reading about the proposed cuts to the library, a comment from an older woman stuck out to me. She described not wanting to go to the library because it is, quote, It is now a very unsettling neighborhood to be in, unquote. And she is right about that. The area around the library is littered with animal feces. People are flying signs, panhandling at almost every corner. Conditions downtown are continuing to degrade. Attendance at the library will not meaningfully improve until conditions downtown meaningfully improve. Ithaca is a destination for people in the crisis of drug addiction. Please consider creating a program to return people home to where they came from and reconnect them with their families and loved ones. May I finish? Utilize your authority to bring a return of quality of life and public safety in Ithaca, and encourage the city government to do the same. Thank you.
Next up is Paul Rossi, who at one time was known as the 15th legislator. Come on up.
Stick out like a sore thumb tonight, like most times that I'm here. But I am here to do one thing and one thing only. It's to congratulate all of you. You do such a good job. Your budget process is impeccable. 15 counties that I cover with many of the municipalities inside those counties. You are the shining star. I know some people say the crown jewel. Well, honestly, you are the crown jewel of my district in upstate New York. I wish that I was a proud Tompkins resident. I'm not. Steuben County unfortunately gets me. But thank you very much for everything you all do. And I am proud to represent Tompkins County and how well you represent all the people here, all their concerns. It's amazing what you all do. So cheerleading for you in my Chris Farley way.
We'd love to have you move here, Paul.
Next up is Amanda Kirschgessner.
And have a cookie, too.
Hi there, my name is Amanda Kirchgessner. I live in the town of Ulysses. Tonight I am representing myself. I am self-employed with my business where I am an organizational optimizer for organizing potential. And most recently I've been wearing the hat of overtime volunteer at No More Tears. I have spoken to some of you about what I have been witnessing on the front lines of what we call homelessness, but what we really need to start calling mental health crisis, and often coupled with active drug dependency. On November 7th, my friend Anna Ortiz, the director of No More Tears, needed my help. The message came in at 9:11 in the morning, which is kind of funny because shortly thereafter I was introduced as a one-on-one support person for somebody who's transitioning out of the shelter that was closing. In the course of the next several days, I've worked one-on-one with a client who's been a ward of our county for over a decade, and he has helped reveal every single gap and enableization that is happening in our county in terms of the services that are being rendered by the county itself and the support nonprofits that exist to help address what's happening. Yeah, I love this person as I love you all. We may not always agree, but you do know that I love you, and we don't have to agree for that to be true. But I do want to help you, and I do want to invite you to come and spend a little bit of time with Anna Ortiz and actually see what her organization is doing to provide frontline soft social services that actually address the gaps that so many are facing in our community. We can talk about how the county dropped a client who is totally not capable of caring for themselves on a hotel staff and totally traumatized an entire hotel staff. I was there for several interactions with law enforcement and first responders. And let's talk about, how we need paramedics available other places. This is our responsibility. The county has absolutely facilitated and enabled this situation, and it needs to be addressed. I've encountered volunteers on this young man's team who lied to him to coerce behavior. In communicating with the Tompkins County Sheriff's Care Team, they told me that's absolutely not best practices. Not that I can determine whether it's legal or not, but apparently anybody can identify themselves as a volunteer and act on behalf of somebody in the care of the county and try to navigate services on their behalf. It's kind of appalling. It's kind of atrocious. I know I've called some of you. I know I've texted and worked to schedule meetings with others, but there is so much that I've witnessed simply by volunteering to help a friend who knew that she could rely on me in a pinch. I've talked to folks within the district attorney's office, the court system. I was at DSS today. You're talking about installing a few more phones at the shelter. DSS could use a couple more in the lobby. That would be one small thing that I've noticed from the front lines of this issue. I look forward to sitting down with each and every one of you, and we absolutely need 2 warming shelters, and do not put it at DSS. That is a disaster waiting to happen. That is a disaster waiting to happen. Don't let it happen. Thank you.
Next up, I have 2 people listed on the same blue card. We got Merrill Phipps and Jess Brock. Sorry, Meryl, you're going to have to start again and talk loud. I'm sorry, we're having the audio problems tonight.
I'm Meryl Phipps. I'm the executive director at The Village, and this is Jessica Brock. She's our housing fellow and development coordinator. And we're here as part of a group of maybe over 30 human services providers who, thanks to our local COC, have assembled twice to talk about how best we can support the county in this new Code Blue strategy that they've been sort of forced into stepping up. You all spend a lot of time in meetings. You know how hard it is to get everybody to agree on anything at one point. And one sort of remarkable thing that I can share with you is that every single provider in these meetings, the one thing that we'd ask you to reconsider is the idea of letting us help. We're not saying all of the advocates from all of the outreach teams need to come into the Code Blue Warming Center all the time, but we're saying that for the safety not only of the clients but of your staff, take advantage of us. We're offering to make our staff available in evenings, on weekends, without additional funding, because we care about this population, because we care about each other, because we want to support what no one wanted the county to have to do on your own. So if any policy could be revisited before opening in a week, please let us help. We'll participate in whatever system you want. We'll get badges, we'll show IDs, you can cap advocates at 5 people. I mean, whatever you need to do, but please let us help you. You want to share anything?
Yes. Yes to that, and I would also like to use the rest of the time to continue to talk about our vulnerable minors and youth, those who are, honestly, I would even raise the age to say those who are under 30. I know in like legal terms, it is like 18 and under or like 18 to 24, but I would speak to those who are 30 and under who have been experiencing homelessness in our community and have had a lack of support, even with the resources that are available in our community. Our clientele are experiencing a crazy amount of mental health crises, and the capacity that staff are experiencing in these different areas is reaching its peak, and we really need help. If I could offer a proposal, I mean, I don't know how this would work, but I would love more money for these organizations that are doing the work, because I think the path that we're headed to right now is like a pipeline to prison for our youth who just don't have access to certain resources. So if there's any money that can be reallocated to the nonprofits that are doing the work, I know the friend who you were talking about, and he deserves so much more than he's getting. He cannot stay in a hotel by himself. Some of these youth cannot stay in hotels by themselves. We need money to be able to support them in better ways. Thank you so much.
Next up is Shelby. Shelby, if you could, it seems to be like if your first note is loud, then it stays loud. That's what it seems to be.
So I have been a permanent Ithaca resident for the past 6 years and an employee of the Tompkins County Public Library in Ithaca for over 1 year. I have a very brief comment. I implore the legislature to review all verbal comments regarding library funding made during the public hearing on November 4th, including concerns about possible layoffs and their impacts on staff service to the community. I also implore the legislature to consider these statements when approving new trustees to the library board per the library board's bylaws. Thank you.
Next up is Sherry Cortice.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes,
All right.
thank you.
Sherry Cortice, City of Ithaca. It's been a while. Thank you for taking down the Ukrainian flag. I appreciate that. I haven't been here since the last time and you headed up. I wanted to speak about the budget. I've been watching the Common Council meetings and the people speaking just how bad the tax rate increase is going to have people have to sell their homes that have lived here 30 years. I've only lived here 12 and I'll probably have to sell mine pretty soon. I'm tired of it. You have a tax abatement program that's been running here. Prior to 2012, you had 38 different criteria. After 2012, the previous mayor put it on speed dial with CIITAP. So now we can just give anybody tax abatements. We did City Center, Herald Square, Ithaca, project after project, giving 100% tax abatements the first 3 years. Now, when I lived in Columbia, Missouri, they wouldn't approve that. It's just not approved. There's a tax increment financing, tax district development. There's a whole array of ways, but you guys are using the worst way. And I'm really aggravated because the city gets dinged the most. So let's talk about Herald Square, because David Lubin is going to do the $85 million tax abatement up on the hill. Herald Square was approved in 2013, but they couldn't get somebody to tenant. They had plenty of people to move in, but they needed somebody on the ground floor as a business. Well, they resubmitted. Come 2017, they got approved again. Okay, we're going to let you have the money to build Herald Square. Everybody's seen Herald Square, not what we were presented with in the application. It's not what we were presented. And the first 2017 through 2019, we gave them over $1 million in state and local tax exemptions and mortgage tax exemption. That gets exempt too. No taxes on that. Sales and local tax. County taxes from 2020 when they started paying through 2023, $436,676,000. The local taxes, which would be the city, I guess, $841,098.85 through. And the school taxes, $1,187,734. Those are taxes that you have to make up somewhere, and it comes from the residents. I watched the meeting where the school board came and finally spoke. In 2018, the New York State Authority's budget office conducted a review of IDA, and they said you had to have a school board member. No, y'all replied and said, no, we don't have to have a school board member. I am so glad to see that you're finally going to put a school board member on it. And hopefully maybe we can go back and recapture some of these losses. City Center that we subsidized $7.3 million tax abatement, so over $25 million, and we didn't recapture any of it. You're passing it on to the taxpayers, and it's wrong. We can't afford it with Cornell and all the other 501c3s. We can't do it. Thank you.
Anya Van Camp.
Hi, Tanya Van Camp. I'm the new business manager at Tompkins County Public Library. Both finance and human resources fall under my purview, so you can imagine that has been a lot of work to get up to speed, especially coming in during a time of potential budget cuts and bargaining negotiations. I apologize for not being more prepared during the September budget presentation. I joined TCPL in July, and I was still getting my sea legs at the time, but since then I have dived into the storm. I am keenly aware of the questions that have been directed towards the library, its operations, finances, and personnel matters. First of all, I would like to draw attention to the fact that the library has been audited every year, and I've reviewed the financial reports, which have consistently demonstrated that the library has been compliant with accounting standards and governmental requirements. The previous business manager was thorough with accounting and tracking records, utilizing reputable accounting software, and leaving a lot of supporting documentation in the form of paper and spreadsheets. Are there things that could be improved upon? Of course there are, but you probably don't want to hear me talk about chart of accounts codes. One of the things I have learned since starting at TCPL is that librarians are very good at record keeping. Monies spent toward collections are tracked meticulously via spreadsheet, and the principal account clerk ensures that every entry for accounting is accurate. I have been delving into the budget and evaluating every line item. As you know, staff wages and benefits are the majority of the library budget. I am analyzing contractual expenses and obligations along with operational expenses and determined that historically, budget projections have been pretty accurate. Additionally, no budget amendments occur without board approval. That has always been the case in the past and will remain so. The fact is that I have not yet done any budget amendments for 2024 because I wanted to ensure that I had a clear view of the whole picture before proposing the amendments, which will be a priority for me once open enrollment season is finished. I am in the process of auditing operational efficiency and reviewing options to streamline the functions of the business office, including HR, accounting, payroll, as well as setting up more robust coding in our accounting software to increase tracking and reporting capabilities. These things take time, careful consideration, and incredible amounts of preparation. I would like to address the proposal that the library be moved to a reimbursement model, and I urge you to allow the county to maintain the status quo. Employee wages and benefits alone account for approximately $180,000 per month, and this does not include contractual expenses for security and IT. Additionally, staff work diligently to add to the collection each month. A reimbursement model would require a constant shifting of monies between accounts to ensure that payroll is met and thereby adding a lot of additional unnecessary inefficiency to our operational flow. I assure you I'm doing everything I can to ensure compliance with state, federal, and local laws, provide prudent fiscal oversight, create efficiency, and establish a system of transparency. I would also like to invite you all to the Narcan vending machine ribbon cutting ceremony tomorrow morning at 11:30.
Anya, can you send us a digital version of that so that we can digest it a little bit? Thank you. Thank you. I don't have any other blue cards. Is there any other members of the public that wanted to speak tonight? Okay, we are up to municipal official privilege of the floor. We've got Mark Whitmer, the Town of Caroline Supervisor. Mark?
Hey, Dan. It's great to be here. Hi, everybody. Wow. So I do want to speak to the EMS as an essential service resolution. I understand Bob Lynch's concern. He spoke from the town of Enfield. I'm the town supervisor in the town of Caroline. We're not too different from the town of Enfield in a lot of ways. So it would be very difficult for the town of Caroline by themselves to stand up an ambulance service. So I get it. I wanted to start by saying I really appreciate the support of the legislature for past efforts in this regard and the very successful rapid emergency response program that's been going on this year, led by the great folks at DOER. And as Rich John pointed out, this kind of stuff has been supported by the legislature before. Before Bob spoke, I was going to say I'm just preaching to the choir, but maybe not. But I understand his concern, and there are a lot of inequities in, or I would, not inequities maybe, but there are big differences across the county in population density, the ability of a municipality to stand up an ambulance service. Caroline is right next to Dryden. And so I think this resolution is really much needed. We know that emergency response in rural areas has been traditionally supported by volunteer agencies throughout New York State, throughout the country, and that's not working anymore. We know that. So we've really got to attack this in a more comprehensive way, and I think this resolution is a first step or an early step in promoting EMS as an essential service and organizing it and administering it in a broader way, in a thoughtful way. And I think we can do that in a way that's sensitive to I think we have to do it in a way that's sensitive to differences in density that reflect differences in municipalities' abilities to support initiatives with taxpayer money. So I am grateful to Greg Mizzi for putting forward this resolution tonight, and so I earnestly hope that you'll support it. I really, Dan Lamb spoke so well about it. I can't add more than he said as far as where this is at and the justification for it. So, any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Questions or comments? Mark, do you want to say anything else about the town of Caroline, budgets or anything else?
Sure,
Dan, you have lots going on. If you could start again with a loud voice. First note.
So we did, sorry. I hope it hasn't been that way the whole time.
No, we heard you the whole time, and you don't have to apologize. We're having the audio problems.
So we did adopt our budget. We stayed under the tax cap. We won't be able to do that forever, and I was worried that we would not. We did pass a local law to exceed the tax cap, and I will do that in all future years. This year, our health insurance premiums going up by 14%, retirement went up by 17%. Everything's up way more than 2%. Just the simple math says you have to, so the tax cap is an arbitrary, we all know that, it's an arbitrary level, and our arbitrary threshold. I really like the tax cap, by the way, but because it makes us think about how we spend money. But we can, if we need to exceed it for good reasons, for public services, we can do that. So we are, another reason I was thinking about the tax cap is we are implementing a new public service in Caroline with the town of Dryden. So as most of you know, we did get a generous grant from the state for municipal broadband, so we're actively working on that. And we've got to get it done by the end of 2026. So that's really cool. Another thing I'll mention is just this week, we hired a new code enforcement officer. His name is Bob Ray, R-A-G-A, and so I welcome him, and so you may run into him down the road. So those are the highlights. I'll leave it at that. So,
any other questions or comments from Mark? Thank you very much for joining us. Much appreciated. Patrick Keel, Ithaca Common Council member. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good evening, I should say. As I have, unwind this a little bit, as I have previously done, sorry I couldn't be here at your last meeting, conflict, but I'll split my comments into those applicable to the entire council and then maybe those that are more my personal view, and that way I'm not speaking for my colleagues on issues that have not been passed yet. On the City of Ithaca's part, we did pass our budget last Wednesday, which came after lots of debate and disagreement and also agreement on some issues. And we also passed the new downtown plan, which I'm very excited about, and I would encourage everybody to read. It's very cool, very exciting. And then next week, we will continue discussing short-term rental legislation. We're doing a follow-up on that, which we passed earlier this year. I'm very excited that we're doing follow-up and that we're continuing to evaluate our legislative processes and the success or inadequate success of those. Then I also did want to mention that we have a resolution to encourage state aid to municipalities. We are pursuing that through NICOM, which is our municipal organization of municipalities. And New York Council of Mayors, I believe is what it's officially titled, but we will be attending those, and we also put money into our budget this year for increased training for council members to hopefully professionalize both our current council as well as all of us going forward to better understand how we can make impacts for our communities. So I'll stop there, and if there's any questions on that portion of my update, I'll take them now.
Questions or comments for Patrick so far? Deborah.
Yeah, hi, Patrick. So maybe in 50 words or less, what do we need to know about the downtown plan that you passed?
Well, it's pretty extensive. So I'm happy to send like a highlight email if that would be helpful.
That would be.
Yeah, that maybe would be the best way to go, and I'll link the downtown plan too, so everyone can kind of see it in its full totality. I don't think I'll do it justice if I speak on it right now. I also don't have it in front of me. But it's pretty impressive. It's very, very in detail, and very excited about it. So yeah, I will make sure I get that to you tomorrow, and hopefully you can all read it. Any other questions on that section?
Greg.
Patrick, I would, excuse me, also be happy to entertain at a Housing and Economic Development Committee meeting presentation on the downtown plan, if that would be a more appropriate forum to bring some folks from the city to highlight what was in there and the good work that went into putting those type of documents together. Absolutely. I will follow up with our planning department and make sure that they know about that opportunity and that we get someone there to talk to you all about that. But, so Lisa is sort of the lead on that? Yeah, and then Tom Knipe is our economic development director. So happy to link them in, and hopefully we can get that going in the coming weeks.
Rich.
Patrick, thanks for coming. I'm curious, with the budget you passed, it seemed like it was a pretty significant levy increase. Is there any conversation happening about trying to do a restructure for 2026? So taking this next year to really look at how the city is running its finances to try to avoid having a similar increase next year?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that I'll answer this question in two parts. I mean, I think that the first part is that, much like the speaker before me, I apologize, I don't remember your name, but I think that one of the problems that the city has run into, this is my personal perspective here, is that for a long time we've kind of pushed off a lot of needed improvements and needed increases, and really kind of stepped into our reserve funds to kind of mitigate those increases, and we're kind of seeing that come to fruition this year. So hopefully, regardless of the current budget cycle, we won't see anything like this for some time to come. The second thing I'll mention is that there has been a lot of discussion around a finance committee that more looks at large-scale kind of restructuring with a couple common council members and a couple staff members. That is not solidified by any means, and we'll be addressing that in January when we start looking at our rules for the coming year. But I certainly would be in support of that personally, and I think that it's a necessary thing to kind of reevaluate all of our financial procedures and also where our funding is going at a kind of a larger organizational scale, not just next year, but 10 years down the road, 20 years down the road, 50 years down the road, as we kind of move into the future.
Okay, Patrick, you wanted to talk with us more.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so I'll now transition into my own personal viewpoints on things that we haven't necessarily concluded as a council yet, and hopefully this just avoids the duplicity of me putting in a blue card. So I did first want to speak on EMS. I just wanted to mention the first legislator I ever met was Legislator Black in the Bangs Ambulance bunk room. I worked at Bangs Ambulance for 3 years through the COVID-19 pandemic, those conversations and those problems still exist since I spoke to Legislator Black many years ago. This will also bridge into the homelessness discussion, but there's a lot of problems and broken parts of our emergency management system in Tompkins County, and I think there are really wonderful people working to address those things, but they certainly are not solved or even close to being solved. In many parts of the county, if you have a heart attack and you go into cardiac arrest, it is basically a death sentence. If you don't have someone there in a timely manner, you're done. And I think that it's important to realize that as we have a significantly decreased involvement from volunteer services, that professional services are where the future is headed, and that we need to get on that. and start looking at that. I had the privilege of sitting in on a TCOG EMS meeting a couple weeks ago, I guess 2 weeks ago now, and was really amazed by the amount of work that is going in there. So I would encourage all of you to support the resolution on the floor tonight in support of making EMS an essential service. I think it is incredibly important that we professionalize these services moving into the future. Just because this is the way it is done in New York State does not mean it is the way it is done all over the country. I've spent hundreds of hours looking into EMS restructuring programs, and I certainly am not a professional, but I'm happy to speak to any member of the legislature or others about all of the really incredible things I've learned, and also the problems that exist in our county. There are a lot of problems that exist. As I mentioned, I also think that it's important to address tonight the new shelter. I share many of the same sentiments that were discussed by previous speakers. Anna Vagari, the Director of Outreach at Lead Medical, and also other speakers. I think from my perspective, both with EMS and homelessness and drug addiction, we have an opportunity as a county and as a city to be on the front edge of where these solutions are found. These are problems that are facing communities across the country. And we have an opportunity as we are doing restructuring here, both in Tompkins County and the city of Ithaca, to look at where is the future of these fields? What does this look like, not next year, but 50 years down the road? How are we supporting our community members? How are we providing resources to people in need? And I don't think that it is a good way to go to think about, okay, well, how are we going to make the same as the system that was not working before? We need to be thinking about how do we involve stakeholders and community members to really design a system that moves into the future and is supporting every single person in our community. And as I've had these conversations with community members, both those who are unhoused and suffering from the opioid epidemic, but also members of the community who are homeowners. They often ask, well, the homeless are not paying taxes, so are they members of our community? And my response is always, well, of course they're members of our community. They're living in our boundaries, and we have a responsibility to support them in whatever that looks like. These are problems that are not going to be easy to solve, and we will never solve them to totality, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be trying to solve them to 90% or 95%. And I think we have an amazing opportunity in Tompkins County right now to be putting our best foot forward and involving community stakeholders who have spent years, decades, working with these populations, and I think it's really important that we do that. So that's where I'll conclude, and again, I'm happy to follow up with any legislator or member of the public on those things, and my email and phone number are always open, so please reach out.
Further questions or comments for Patrick Keel? Okay, thank you for coming. Are there any other municipal officials in the room that I didn't catch already? Okay, I want to mention there are a number of students here tonight. If anybody needs a sheet signed, we've got some sheets up here that Katrina has prepared, right? Yeah. So come on up and we'll help you out. Okay, next up, legislator privilege of the floor. Shauna Black.
Thank you. At our last legislature meeting, we found ourselves 2 days after the general election. And despite having a lot to say, I had few words to describe what I was feeling. I appreciate legislator.
Your mic's not real loud.
I appreciate Ann Corman's comments last meeting for expressing sentiments and words of many of our residents. I had many constituents reach out with concerns about protections, benefits, and basic human rights that they felt might be threatened within the next 4 years. As a female married lesbian with 3 mixed race kids, I share those concerns. My family has a lot on the line. When I think of our community, I think about the people that live here. I'm fortunate we live in a beautiful area that values all of our people. We have hands down some of the most caring nonprofits that go above and beyond each day to take care of some of our most vulnerable populations. Hopefully, the passage of the budget this evening will show our commitment to the work that's being done, despite it being a very difficult year. I wish we could do more. I'm thankful that we have amazing county staff that take pride in their work and show up daily ready to serve. For my own peace of mind, I will choose the next 4 years to focus on our local issues. Assemblywoman Anna Kellis, State Senator Leah Webb, and our Congressman-elect Josh Riley have all reached out and are prepared to help Tompkins County. As far as our legislature and staff are concerned, it's business as usual. We have many big projects in the upcoming years, including a shelter, center of government, starting on a public safety building, a jail, and not to mention the onboarding of a new county administrator and communications director. I want to thank our community and the people here tonight for holding us accountable, for providing feedback, and for allowing us to represent you. So thank you.
Their legislator privilege of the floor. Deborah.
Thank you. You know, you might think that Sean and I collaborated on our statements tonight, but that was not the case. Yeah, it's been 2 weeks since the election, and every day I get a little less angry, a little less fearful, a little less depressed, notwithstanding some of the appointments, the latest of which is, Dr. Oz is going to be in charge of Medicare and Medicaid. Yay. Anyway, I saw this today. I wanted to share it with my Tompkins County neighbors and my legislative colleagues. And it's a bit of a correction to the mainstream media narrative that prevailed in the week after the election that said that Trump won the popular vote by a landslide. So Trump and his team claimed a mandate, but the final vote tallies are now coming in. It turns out that Trump did not win even 50% of the popular vote. CNN statistician Harry Enton notes that his margin comes in at 44th out of the 51 elections that have been held since 1824. He also had very short coattails. 4 Democrats won in states that Trump carried, and the Republicans have the smallest House majority since there have been 50 states, despite the help their numbers have had from extreme gerrymandering in states like North Carolina. More Americans voted for someone other than Trump than voted for him. I offer these observations to my Tompkins County neighbors. To those of you who didn't vote for Trump, take heart. If he and the Republican-controlled Senate and House overplay their hand on their Project 2025 agenda, as they are likely to do, there will be a reckoning in the midterms in 2 years. And to those of you who voted for cheaper eggs, please pay attention to the price of those eggs and to the price of everything else, as the agenda of tariffs and deregulation yields its inevitable economic consequences. The midterms will provide you with an opportunity to take corrective action in 2 years. Thank you.
Legislator privilege of the floor. Mike Sigler.
I just wanted to respond to a couple people that came forward. For the agencies that are concerned about the shelter, I don't think that it's so much that you've been cut out as that we had an expediency of action, that we are up against the deadline, and we are not setting that deadline. Mother Nature is setting that deadline. So I don't want you to think that we are purposely cutting you out, whereas we will utilize you, but we needed to get this built. We needed to get people hired, and it was a heavy lift, and our people have been able to do that lift. And now, once that is almost complete, we can add some of these other issues. And remember, this is just the shelter for the now. This is not the shelter that we're talking about that we're going to be utilizing in the future, for example. And I don't want you to out of all of that process. You clearly do know these people better than anybody in this room do. But it is a matter of we are up against the deadline, and we are trying to meet this as quickly as possible. And with that, we needed to get this in place. So going forward, obviously, we do want to. But I don't want you to think that it was because we were trying to cut you out in any kind of way. It was really a matter of expediency. The other thing I just wanted to respond to was the ambulance service. A couple interesting things that were said. I liked what Rich said. We did already pass this. So but I'm very happy to reaffirm this. It's not a problem. I understand that the towns, Lansing, for example, would be worried about this as well if they had to start an ambulance service. That would be incredibly expensive. I know at least myself does not envision each town starting its own ambulance service. I'm not making any promises. I don't have any idea where we're going to go, but certainly if we're talking about services at the county level, one would assume that would become like a county service. I have no idea what a price tag like that would be. I have no idea what that would look like, but we will be working with the towns going forward, because what Dan said I thought was kind of forward-looking, that this is the way it's headed anyway. It's not a matter of, oh, we don't want this to happen. It's going to happen. So, and that's not because we want it to happen. It's just that's the way that public services now kind of become. I think the biggest hurdle we'll have is if something like this does go countywide, what happens to the services that were already in place? Do they join a countywide system, or do they stay as independent units? People generally don't like to give up their independent units in towns. So that'll be a hurdle in the future. But we will be collaborating with the towns closely on this. So thank you.
Legislator, privilege of the floor. Mike Lane.
First, I'd like to say that it's kind of unfortunate that we're having these audio problems, because it's difficult to hear not only the speakers who came to talk to us tonight, but each other tonight. And it's kind of garbled some of the language we're hearing. So I have no doubt that administration is looking seriously into that, but whether it's going to take more sound engineers or whatever it's going to take, we need to get that repaired, because I can't ever remember issues like this going back to when we moved to these chambers. But having said that, a speaker tonight talked about the removal of the Ukraine flag. Well, we debated that, and it's not there anymore. But today's the 1,000th, I think today or yesterday was the 1,000th day in the Ukraine war, Russian-Ukraine war, since Russia attacked Ukraine. A couple of days ago, there was a huge barrage of Russian missiles that came in targeted at energy infrastructure as we're approaching winter, and how that will hurt the folks in Ukraine. So what do? We have to ramp up what we can supply. And what does Russia do? It starts rattling its nuclear saber today, threatening, saying that, as long as we're going to allow these missiles to come into Russia, it's no problem with their sending their missiles into Ukraine, but by golly, don't let them come back at Russia. What hypocrisy. We have to watch very, very carefully what's going to be happening here for our support of Ukraine. I know I heard the British Prime Minister's questions this week, and they were talking about it and talking about how they had to support Ukraine. No matter what happens here in America with the change of administration, it's important that we continue to support democracy. Russia has its oligarchs. I'm really worried that we may end up with a bunch of oligarchs over here, listening to all the very, very rich people that are having influence. And it's getting stronger and stronger at the national level. These are hard times, but we have to be vigilant.
Greg.
Thank you, Dan. I first appreciate members of the community that come out to speak, who are putting in the time and doing the hard work to serve an incredibly vulnerable and at-risk population. I know that at times it can be thankless, it can be difficult, it can be challenging, It can be all of the things, right? There's so much that go into the complex issue that you all are working to address in one way or the other. I also hope too that the county, my fellow legislators, county administration, other departments can hear the community voice and hear the cry for wanting to help, right? We often hear the cry for help. This now is the time to hear the cry to help. And I hope that we can evaluate our systems and our processes, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next week, but as time goes on and we have a little bit more room to breathe and we can incorporate slowly and methodically and thoughtfully improvements to our system, that's what I guess I would sit here as a legislator and ask for. I know that it was a Herculean effort to pull together the resources and the staff and all of the things that it takes to get a warming center up. We probably could do a look back and debate several aspects of that, and there'll be time for that, I'm sure. But I think that I know that we have committed county staff to work diligently to get something in place. Is it a perfect solution? Maybe not. Can we continue to perfect it? I think absolutely. And so I think that's where we need to sit at this time is, yes, it is not maybe ideal, or there may be different thoughts on how we should have approached it. But as long as we can start tomorrow and the next day and the day after that with as an inclusive view as possible, I guess that's what I would look to county administration to help set that tone for and try our very best to incorporate those community partners which we've asked to rise to the occasion to really be a part of the solution. But I also too want to say thank you, because I know it has been the issue that has been all consuming while we still have to run the crown jewel of counties, as our friend Paul says. So I just want to say that because I think it's important on how we move forward and less about what we've done, in the past. So I appreciate the fact that we're stepping up to the challenge, but there's still plenty more work to do.
Veronica.
Thank you. I was going to speak on the same topic, a lot of what Greg said, so I'll try not to reiterate. First, I do want to thank every single speaker for coming and sharing valuable things tonight. Really appreciated and really helpful. On the shelter, I will add my thanks to our staff for getting it up and running so quick. When we toured it last week, it was, it was nowhere near perfect. I think we can clearly say that. But honestly, it looked a lot better than I was expecting. Something I've been reflecting on tonight is in setting up that shelter, I wonder if the collective, the county organization, if our goal is more to legally comply with the requirements New York State has put on us to offer code blue sheltering, or is it to keep people healthier, safer, and alive? I hope it's both, and not only the compliance. Obviously, we're not going to break the law. We're a government. We shouldn't do that. But I also hope that we don't lose sight of the needing to keep people healthier, safer, and alive, and the wisdom of all the people who've been coming to talk to us tonight and other nights and in other forums, who are working with a lot of the same people who will or might be staying in the code blue space. I hope the workers supporting those people will be able to continue supporting those people when they're guests at our shelter in ways that they know work. I know it's been a ton to set up and still in the setup process. I hope somewhere along the line, sooner rather than later, we could see a grievance policy for guests. We could see a policy for responding to potential incidents of violence that all of which could ideally be experience-driven and trauma-informed. And I appreciate that a lot of people probably know, but I'm glad that a lot of the individuals being hired to staff the shelter have themselves experience staffing shelters. I also want to, say, it sounds like what I'm hearing from other providers is that they, going forward, would like to be let in into the process of figuring out how operations can go as they go. I understand Mike is totally right. We were on a tight timeline, and all the technical responsibility falls with DSS at the end of the day. But yeah, I do hope that we can expand and be more collaborative, certainly around this. Maybe we can learn lessons from collaborating with community organizations for the future. And last, we hope I'm sure there won't be any kind of emergencies at the shelter. Maybe that's too much to hope for. But if there were, presumably an emergency responder would be called in and certainly allowed to enter the shelter space. And reflecting on what some of the folks speaking here tonight have shared, it makes a lot of sense that an emergency preventer would also be allowed to enter the space. Someone who can give care that might avoid some sort of emergency happening. And I'm thinking of the people who came to talk about the shelter, and people who came to talk about the strain on our emergency services, not specifically about Code Blue, but as the context we're living in. That wasn't short, sorry, but thank you for listening.
Randy.
I do want to thank the people that came and spoke about the needs for helping homeless people. I agree with what Greg and Veronica said, and I think we should make it a priority to figure out how to collaborate and let people, nonprofits, in to assist us. I get a call from a local church who they wanted to help as well, and they've done some research. They have space, and they've spoke to their insurance company, and there's a liability there. And so that was the number one issue for them. So that may be the same issue with the county, is we're concerned about our liability, insurances, those kinds of things. I'm not sure that's the issue, but we need to cross that bridge somehow. And maybe it's a way, maybe we need to find a place for these things to happen. There are empty spaces that we may want to think about. I also want to thank the folks in the library coming in and the statements that they made. I think the library is very important. The Tompkins County Library is in a strategic place in the city of Ithaca and Tompkins County. I support not providing you additional funding, and I've stated why. I appreciate the finances and how you're focused on them. I really appreciate that a lot. But you have large reserves. There's no reason to lay anybody off. So I think you should use those. But I would also like to say that I voted for Trump, and so did half the people in America, and half the people didn't. So here we are, right? And in New York, it doesn't mean anything, because all electoral votes go that direction. And I would really caution people, first of all, if anybody tried to take away the rights that New Yorkers currently have, I'm sure every one of our Republicans here would fight against that in the county. I would. I mean, I don't see any reason to remove any of those services that are currently being provided. And I think that media really played that up as best they could, right? On both sides. I think we have to understand the media is going to say what they're going to say to get the result they want. And they may not tell the truth or all the truth. But the main reason I voted for him is because of the wars. And here we are. So in a really nasty war, and it gets an ugly person, Mr. Putin, and we're in hundreds of billions of dollars spent, hundreds of thousands of people killed, and now we're rattling the chains on both sides. Here's Biden saying before the Trump takes place that we're going to start sending more missiles in, and that weren't allowed before. And so things are just going to get worse. And I voted for Trump because I think he's going to settle this conflict, and we're going to move away from it. And we got to stop these wars and continue to fund the entities that want to see us make more weapons. So that's why I did.
Mike Sigler.
I'm ready to get to the meeting, so thanks.
Sorry, what?
I'm going to pass.
Okay, thank you. Any other legislative privilege of the floor? Okay. I have a number of items for my chair's report. The Town Gown Awards, called the TOGOs, are presented every year by Cornell University to prominent community members who are about to leave their positions. The ceremony was held last weekend and attended by legislators Mike Sigler, Mike Lane, and myself. We watched our own county administrator, Lisa Holmes, receive her award. And not to take anything away from the other accomplished and dedicated people also receiving awards that day, but Lisa got the loudest, most sustained applause of anyone that day. For real. I spent a little time at New Roots Charter School yesterday to talk with them about their Community Recovery Fund grant and to get a tour of the school. I spent a lot of my career working with youth, and I found the feeling of the school and teachers and young people to be positive and energizing and refreshing. And they are looking forward to coming to the legislature or perhaps a committee to make a report about some of the things they're working on, including their Community Recovery Fund grant. It's a recent article in the Ithaca Times reported on the county CARE team 1 year into their existence. The CARE team, Crisis Alternative Response and Engagement, is jointly supported by the Tompkins County Sheriff's Department and the County Department of Whole Health and consists of a deputy and a mental health worker. The program is meant to address the emotional, behavioral, and mental health needs of the community by assisting in keeping individuals out of the criminal justice system in times of crisis. They have done so more than 200 times in the past year. I have two successes to mention in the ongoing difficult issue of the lack of affordable housing in Tompkins County. Earlier today, I attended the ribbon cutting for the Northside Apartments, a project of the Ithaca Housing Authority and many other partners. The county had a small role in contributing some of the financing of this $75 million project. The project consists of the rehabilitation of 36 units and the acquisition, demolition, and new construction of 82 units of affordable rental public housing across 3 housing projects for a total of 118 units, a net gain of 12 units. All the housing units are all electric. Also in housing, it's been several years since the county began the process of selling off part of the parcel that we own between Sear Street and Tioga Street to the Ithaca Neighborhood Housing Services. Construction has begun on 4 new permanently affordable for-sale modular homes. 2 weeks from today, the first of them will be lowered by crane onto the site. And finally, I would like to appreciate the County Employee Halloween Costume Contest. We all received an email on November 18th with photos of everyone who entered. It showed a lot of spirit from our employees and really put a smile on my face. So if you didn't look at that email, check it out. You will enjoy it. Next up is reports, and the first one is report by County Administrator Lisa Holmes.
Thank you. I have a few updates for you all tonight. First, to discuss the audio issue here in Chambers. County administration is working on it daily. We sent an email out about it on the 13th. My understanding is we'll have engineers in town on Monday to try to resolve it at that point. To add to the discussion about the Code Blue shelter, as you're aware, we, as many have mentioned, we had offered tours of the space this past Friday to law enforcement and emergency responders, to our homeless service providers and community partners, and to legislators and department heads. So we were able to answer a lot of questions and receive a lot of feedback as a result of those tours, and I just want to notify everyone that it's being considered and taken seriously. So I appreciate the input and the feedback on it. I was notified that our Tompkins County historian, Laura Johnson Kelly, she stated her need to step down from her role as county historian at the end of the year. Given the timing of this, we're likely going to post for the position later in December, and the hiring process will take place in the new year. And we're fortunate that our former county historian, Carol Kamen, has agreed to assume the role of interim while we go about the hiring process, primarily to continue to convene the Municipal Historians Group and the Historical Commission in the meantime. And she's offered to do this as a volunteer, so we thank her for her services. Excuse me. And the last item that I want to make you aware of, and that is about literally maybe 15 minutes before the start of tonight's legislature meeting, we detected an unfortunate error in the formula calculating the county's tax cap, specifically the formula that calculates the sales tax credits for municipalities. So the bad news is that this lowers our tax cap to 2.72%, where we previously thought it was 4.45%. Our proposed tax levy increase of 3% would exceed that cap. The difference between our current 3% proposal and the corrected tax cap calculation is $148,607. We can go over this in greater detail, or I can go over it again when we get to this part in the agenda. But if there is any good news to this, it is that the error was detected in time to make you all aware of it before tonight's vote. Of course, we would have liked to have detected it far sooner than that, but we're bringing it to you in real time. And
could you say that number again?
The dollar figure is $148,607. And my thanks to Norma and also to Lori for going over and verifying those figures for us right before tonight's meeting. And again, our apologies for this late notice. But you can refer to the amendment that Katrina distributed earlier, right when we began the meeting. So I think that's it for my updates, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Lane.
Lisa, I wondered if you could explain a little more to help me understand what changed about the sales tax calculation to make this drop by over 1%, almost 2%.
Yes, it's within the state's sales tax formula. We have to account for the sales tax credits that municipalities can claim. And we had, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Norma, the figures in that formula from last year, they were not updated. Is that correct? That's correct.
This is about whether they take their sales tax directly or as a credit against the county tax?
That's correct.
Okay.
Other questions or comments for the county administrator? Okay, thank you. Next up, Maury Josephson, County Attorney.
Good evening. I have just a few short updates. I believe Legislator Lane had asked for an update about the even year voting statute and litigation. Basically, where we are now, the Onondaga Supreme Court, in a lawsuit by about 10 or 15 counties, found the law unconstitutional and enjoined its enforcement statewide. However, the AG's office has now appealed that finding of unconstitutionality to the New York Court of Appeals. which automatically imposes a stay on the Onondaga County's Supreme Court's decision. As a result, the law remains in effect and would, so basically, legislators elected in 2025 will be treated for term purposes as though elected in 2024. So that what we're looking at with the application of the law is 3-year terms. There's some hope that the Court of Appeals might act before the early parts of gearing up for next year's election occur. But considering how the Court of Appeals generally works, that seems unlikely. I also have an update on the training question that's been raised by a number of legislators. I think it's probably better for me to circulate a chart which will show which of the trainings have some state law requirement attached to them and which are purely county issues. I'm not sure that matters, but it would be informative. I think the thing that matters is what the legislature as a group decides it wants to do for training, because I don't think anybody's going to be discharged or disciplined for not doing their training. Other than those updates, I'm open to any questions you may have.
Comments for the county attorney, Amanda.
Just a comment that I am hoping that we will have the Board of Elections Commissioners at our next GO meeting to talk more about what Maury brought up in terms of the terms. So we could have more conversation there instead of doing lots of talking about it tonight.
Mike Lane.
Yeah, Maury, thank you for that report about the decision about the odd even election years. So this goes, the appeal goes directly to the Court of Appeals rather than through the appellate division?
That's correct, because there was a decision holding a state law unconstitutional.
Gotcha.
That appeal can go straight to the Court of Appeals.
And, but at this point, we should proceed assuming we're going to be elected, or those people who want to run again or who want to run for legislature would be elected for 3 years. Is that right?
That's right, because the even year voting rule is currently in effect unless and until the Court of Appeals either lifts the stay of the Onondaga County decision or quickly issues a decision finding the law unconstitutional. I think either of those seem unlikely if you were calling the odds, either lifting the stay or that the finding of unconstitutionality will continue at the Court of Appeals. At least that's what the pundits say.
Thanks very much.
Questions or comments for the county attorney? Mike Sigler.
So we proceed, we have our elections, then the Court of Appeals comes back and says, yes, that was unconstitutional. What then?
I'll keep everybody up to date.
Stay tuned.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, next up is Lori Scarrett, Director of Finance, joining us remotely. Hi, Lori.
Good evening. Thank you. I do not have any updates tonight.
Questions or comments for Lori? Okay, thank you. Are there any resolutions to be added to or withdrawn from the agenda? I do not see any. So we're going to move on to the consent agenda. First, we'll start with appointments.
Can you pull that off, please?
Appointments have been pulled from the consent agenda. I'll continue with the resolutions. From the Government Operations Committee, Resolution A, resolution to update the Administrative Policy Manual, Policy 01-54, Center for History and Culture Tenant and Lease Policy, ID 12828. Resolution B, correction of errors, ID 12835. Resolution C, approval of amended bylaws, Tompkins County Public Information Advisory Board, PIAB, ID number 12846. Resolution D, resolution to update the Administrative Policy Manual, Policy 07-06, confidential data, ID number 12850. Resolution E, resolution to update the Administrative Policy Manual, Policy 07-07, remote access, ID number 12851. Resolution F.
You pulled that one.
F has been pulled. Resolution G, acceptance of grant funding, Board of Elections, ID 12782. And Resolution H, budget transfer, County Administration, transfer of salary and fringes to County Historian, ID number 12772. For a motion to move the consent agenda, Greg moves, Amanda seconds. Let's have a roll call, please.
Rich John,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. The motion's unanimous and carries. Okay, how about we do those advisory board appointments as the next item? So is there somebody that would move, well, how shall I do this? Let me read them out and then ask if somebody wants to move it. From the Housing and Economic Development Committee to the Strategic Tourism Planning Board, Laura Winter-Falk, at-large member. Terry Tarsus Lodging. Doug Levine, Arts and Culture Representative. Jeff Golden, Ithaca College Representative. Kenneth Jupiter, at-large member. Rick Manning, at-large member. And from the Government Operations Committee to the Public Information Advisory Board, Bruce Estes, at-large member. So that's the list. Is there somebody that would move those advisory board appointments? Deborah moves, Greg seconds. Discussion. Amanda.
Yeah, I'll just say, as I said 2 weeks ago, I'm sort of personally rethinking the advisory board appointment process and want to remain consistent as I do that, and don't feel comfortable appointing. I know some of these people, and again, it's nothing personal against these folks who are volunteering their time, but don't feel comfortable appointing people I don't know at this moment. So I'm going to vote against these appointments.
Greg.
I appreciate my colleagues' commitment to conviction and understand, Amanda, where you're coming from. I won't speak specifically about any named individuals. I will say that the group of those that are being appointed to the STPB are solid, upstanding, strong contributors to that organization, and we would benefit from having them a part of the STPB. Not going into specifics about each individual, but just felt it important to echo the good work that they have done and will hopefully continue to do on behalf of the county.
Deborah.
Well, I just see this as a larger issue. I appreciate your concerns, but I also know that we have many advisory boards with lots of members, and I simply don't see how it's feasible for us as a body to be personally involved in vetting all of these people. I think we have to rely on the recommendations that come from the advisory boards. I just don't want to get into it at such a granular level.
Amanda.
Sure, totally appreciate those comments, and it makes me think of Julie Kiefer and the fact that she voted against the minutes at every single meeting, and this might just be my quirk for the next year.
Everybody's got to have one, Amanda.
That's right.
Veronica.
Love you anyway.
I'm not going to go as far as Amanda, and I will vote for these appointments, but I do realize that I'm often approving advisory appointments when like, I have no idea who the people are, fine, or what the process for them to be nominated was. And I do think, I know some of the advisory boards I'm a liaison to, I've like seen their nomination process. It varies. Often it's like robust committee interviews, votes to approve, all these things. I think I'd like to know what the process is for nominations for the various advisory boards, not tomorrow, but just at some point, because that seems like a doable and maybe useful thing for us to learn in a way that vetting each individual would be unwieldy.
Rich?
Yeah, we did have a good discussion at Government Operations about looking at our process in 2025. And I think that's worth undertaking. In the meantime, I'm very comfortable supporting these people. I know several of them. Our advisory boards really help us make better decisions, and I would not want to discourage anybody from stepping up and helping us. Thank you.
Greg?
Yeah, thank you, Dan. This, I think, echoes, Veronica, to your point, the value of updating bylaws of organizations and having those passed and approved, and something that I know GO as a committee has been passionate about, as a legislature we've been passionate about, and that's where we would go to see what an individual advisory board process is, and I'm sure we've offered model examples, et cetera, but that is one of the key benefits to making sure we have updated advisory board bylaws. So I know that effort is well underway.
Anybody else on the advisory board appointments? Ready for a vote then?
Rich John,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion, Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes. 13-1, the motion carries. Okay, we are up to standing and special committee reports. First one up is Community Recovery Fund Advisory Committee. Community Recovery Fund Advisory Committee met on November 15th. We had a short but productive meeting where we approved the change of scope for the Village at Ithaca and extended the contracts for the Ithaca Farmers Market and for the TC3 Micro-Credentials Program. We heard updates about a few of the projects that needed a little nudging to get them to send in their reports and provide assurance that they would be able to use their allocations as intended so that we would not have to return their money to the federal government. We also heard about a very small amount of money that just a few awardees would not be using and will be returned to the county and put to good use elsewhere. And there are still just a few loose ends that require further conversations with a small number of awardees. I want to thank Norma Jane and Samantha Freilich from County Administration and Tracy Verrier from the MRB Group for working so diligently on all these loose ends. That's my report. Any questions or comments? Deborah?
Yeah, I'm sorry I had to miss that meeting, Dan. You said you extended deadlines for TC3 micro-credentials, and what was the other?
The Ithaca Farmers Market.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. Any other questions, comments? Okay. Next up, Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee. Mike Lane, Chair.
Well, here we are. I'll just mention that we did have a regular Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee on November 14th. A couple of things I would point out that we heard about was we had a discussion about learning more about different kinds of budgeting processes, including things like zero-based budgeting. We had asked and tasked our county administrator to try to find someone who could talk to us
Mike,
about
can you be a little louder?
someone knowledgeable. I'm sorry, is that any better?
Yes.
We'd ask our county administrator to find someone who might be more knowledgeable about these, who might be able to instruct us a little bit about it so we could learn more. And Lisa reported that she had talked with a Dan Aquilano at the New York State Comptroller's Department who does this kind of training. And so I think the committee would like to plan next year, to maybe early in the year, to invite this person to talk to us in a retreat or other activity that would help us better understand different kinds of budgeting. We like our budgeting process, but we aren't beyond learning if there's something that would be helpful to implement. The other discussion we had was that the continuing issue of fund balance and learning about fund balance earlier in the year, and the difficulties with our current procurement and other programs that make it difficult for our finance department to be able to give us accurate figures sooner. I'd like to commend Lori Scarrett for talking to us about this and talking about the building blocks she would need in order to be able to provide more information sooner. Building blocks include the possibility of more training for the financial people in our departments. It would include things like possibly some software, possibly some positions, none of which we have authorized yet, but which we would like to figure out how we can make this operation operate more smoothly. She also reported to us that at this point, there were 72 properties in the tax foreclosure process at this point. And as we know, through the efforts of our Department of Finance, those get whittled down to a much smaller number by the time they actually go to auction. We also heard from our Human Resources Commissioner, and there are several searches going on for employees. And that's what I have on my report. I'll take questions, and otherwise we've got to talk about our budget.
There are comments from Mike. Amanda.
I'm just wondering if before we talk about the budget, we could have our 10-minute break, because it may be a long discussion.
Be a long discussion. What do people think? I'm getting a lot of thumbs up. Okay, then. We are on our 10-minute break. We're in recess. Okay, we are back in session. Before we move on, I just need to make a correction to my chair's report. I found out that Rich John was at the Togo Awards too. He was hiding in the back. I never saw him, but thank you for just for the historical record. You know. Okay, we are about to vote on the budget. Mike Lane, take us away.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. We have our Resolution I on the agenda.
Mike, if you could lean into your mic a little bit.
Sorry,
I know,
let me see if that helps any.
Or just shout a little bit, it actually works.
Okay. So we're talking about Resolution I, and we have had a public hearing, and we've heard that, but tonight we need to put this to bed, hopefully. So I'm going to move Resolution I that's in the packet, adoption of 2025 Tompkins County budget and 2025 through 2029 Tompkins County Capital Program. That's ID 12837, and I so move.
Is there a second? Shauna seconds. Okay, I'm going to call on myself to make an amendment. Oh.
Which version?
Which
version
amendment
is
were you
on
gonna
the
make,
floor?
Shauna?
The amended one?
I think the packet version was the one that Mike moved.
I moved the packet version, but I understand there's to be an amendment.
I was going to move the GIS.
This one first, because this is going to be our baseline to any changes that you make.
Actually, I feel like it should be the other way around in case this position affects the levy. Right? Am I thinking correctly?
I think so that we're working on actual real numbers, though. It might make sense to work from the accurate tax cap number, the 2.72, so that we could work from that number instead of the inaccurate number that was in our folder.
Ask the resolution in the folder and then do something that affects the levy. We're going to have to re-vote possibly on the main motion. So I'm going to go with what I.
Okay.
What's one more vote after the 40 we've already taken?
Okay, so I would like to move an amendment to the budget. For
I'm sorry, Dan, point of order. I'm not clear which one is on the floor. The one that was amended or the one that's in the packet?
The original one, Annie.
One that was in the packet.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yep, very good. So I would like to move an amendment to that to add a position, the Geographic Information Systems Analyst position, to the Department of Information Technology Services in the amount of $94,371 to target. Yes, the number is 94,371. Is there a second? Rich seconds. Discussion. Deborah.
You mentioned this a while back, Dan, at which point I talked to Lauren Cottrell, who said that he wasn't sure if and when he was going to need very much on what projects were approved that the county would move forward with. So I had suggested to him that we put this amount, we add it to contingent, and it would be available for him if and when he needed it.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, that is a motion.
Okay, so it's, and Greg?
Friendly to the second.
Greg seconded, okay. So is there anyone that objects to that amendment to the amendment? Okay, so just to be clear now, we are discussing adding a Geographic Information Systems Analyst position for $94,371 to contingency.
And that would come out of fund balance, not target.
Discussion. Rich.
I think this makes sense so that we have the flexibility to react as needed in 2025 for these GIS services.
Any other discussion? Ready to vote then on the amendment? Please.
Rich John,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
No.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler, Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes. The motion carries 12 to
That
2.
number, one more time.
94,371.
Thank you.
So just to be clear to everyone and everyone listening, this doesn't change the levy. This doesn't change anything else. So thank you for letting that one go first. I still do think that was the right order to do it in. We are now ready for any other amendments that there may be. Shauna.
I would like to bring forth Amendment ID 12837, Resolution I, and it has a few changes. One is in the fourth resolved. Some of the numbers were wrong, or actually, I'll make the amendment and then can talk a little bit more about it.
Okay, so Shauna's moving the amendment that was in our red folders concerning changes to the budget. Is there a second? Deborah seconds. Discussion, Shauna.
Sure, and so there were a few miscalculations. The tax levy increase that we had talked about was 3% that came out of committee. The amendment is going to be actually changing, and it's actually going to be above, currently, slightly above the Tompkins County adjusted tax cap of approximately, that number is going to go from 4.45 to 2.72.
Mike Lane.
Consensus with choices. The way this is written, we will be exceeding the tax cap. And that can be done, according to Katrina, by a majority vote, if this is adopted. The other thing that you can do is you can raid the fund balance again for another $148,607, which will keep us at 2.72% for the tax levy, which is not exceeding the tax cap. So that's, I believe, the choice that this group has to make at this point.
Deborah.
I'm curious to know what the consequences are for exceeding the tax cap.
Lisa?
The only known consequence that I'm aware of is that some of the raise the age funds for that go to DSS and probation are contingent upon the county not exceeding the tax cap. If we do exceed the tax cap, we have to submit an explanation of the financial hardship. We had to do that, for example, during COVID when we exceeded the tax cap that one time.
Lee. Oh, sorry, Deborah, you were.
Just a further follow-up. It would be helpful to know how much money we've already used from the, I can't remember the number that we already used from fund balance in order to lower our levy increase. And then we have to add the 94,000.
I believe it was $154,990.80.
Could you repeat that?
$154,990.80 to get us to 3%.
All right, thank you. So that's approximately $250,000 of fund balance that we've already used.
Yes.
Just to clarify Deborah's numbers, when the 94,371, that came out of contingent fund, which is already a budgeted
No.
line
It was,
item.
the motion was to add that to contingent fund, add that 94,000 to contingent fund. For that specific purpose, yes.
Add the 94 to contingent fund, or to take 94 out of the approved contingent fund, or soon to be approved contingent fund. 'Cause my understanding would be different.
I would defer to Lisa or Norma, but I would say that number does not affect the tax levy, so it doesn't matter what we say.
No, it doesn't affect the tax levy, Dan, but depending on how you interpreted my motion, it would affect how much money we were taking out of fund balance.
That's accurate. It only will do that when we vote next year. Lisa, Norma, anyone, or Rich, go ahead.
I think we've got a semantic
I think so.
issue here in that we're not spending any money. We are taking it out of fund balance, correct, but we're putting it into contingency. So it's raising one, lowering another. We haven't done anything yet, but it allows us to do that without amending the budget in 2025 if we so choose to fund this GIS position.
I'd like to hear from staff if they have something to say. If they don't, that's fine. You don't. Norma, do you want to comment? You don't, not necessary. Okay.
I'd heard it is target, but then it's changed to one time. I'm not entirely sure if the intention is to just utilize the contingent funds that we presently have at 1.2 and some change, or are you planning to increase the contingent fund? If you are, then yes, you're using fund balance to do that. So if the intent is to take it out of fund balance when ITS needs it, they come back, they say we're ready to fill the position, that is not going to take funding out of the fund balance. That's just going to use the contingent fund. Did I just confuse things?
Perhaps it should have been more clearly stated. I guess I defer to my colleagues as to how they interpreted it.
I was the seconder of your motion. My understanding was that we have a contingent fund line and that we were taking from that as an earmark or a set aside in the event that that money would be needed, not taking from fund balance, increasing that line with money that we may not need to take from fund balance. That was my intention as the seconder. If that was not yours as the mover, then we have we're between two rocks and there's a hard place to get out of.
Well, my concern, if I may, is that, if I had meant that we would earmark money from contingent funds, that's what I would have said. I don't want to leave us in a position where, at some point early in the year, we find that we don't have adequate contingent fund for other needs. How much is the contingent fund allocation currently?
1.2 million.
Well, all right, we'll do it your way, Greg. It's earmarked.
So we're going a little out of the queue order here, but we do need to settle on this answer. So Mike, is your hand on this topic?
Yeah, just that I thought that we were doing what Deborah said. That's what we've always done with when we put something in contingency because it wasn't ripe yet for moving ahead. We've taken the money and added it to contingency. Otherwise, you've shorted your contingency budget for 2025 by that amount of money.
That's the way we've done it in the past.
Have there not been other motions within this budget process?
Where we earmarked.
So we have, to use Mike's term, we have shorted ourselves already.
But I was not proposing this as an earmark.
Sorry, so I guess the misinterpretation I had, if we take from contingent fund or that we put this in contingent fund, that I didn't understand that we were adding to contingent fund from fund balance, because those are meaningful words that I think were left out.
Mike.
Can we move to reconsider that and have another vote? Make sure everyone knows what they're voting for?
The only two people that could do that are Mike Sigler and Mike Lane, yes.
No, you have to be in the affirmative to reconsider. They're the only two that cannot.
Oh, well then I'd like to move to reconsider.
Motion to reconsider. Is there a second? Leak seconds. Okay. Discussion. We are moving to reconsider the GIS position allocation into,
Clarifying that what we are doing is adding another $94,371 to contingent fund. We're not earmarking funds already allocated.
further discussion? Amanda?
Could you also speak a little more loudly?
Yes.
You're a little bit quiet.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Rich?
I just have information for everybody. The contingent fund has 1.25 million in it with a mandate contingent fund of 330,000. Is that correct? Yeah. So 1.58 is the total, just so everybody knows.
The mandate contingent fund is in case there are mandates we're not anticipating. So it wouldn't apply to something like this.
My understanding.
Greg?
Do we also know what dollar amount we've earmarked, if we're going to use this term, which nobody likes, from our current 1.25 contingent fund in this proposed budget?
Have that at my fingertips, but may be able to produce it.
I don't think it was a huge number, but
Didn't we set aside $250,000 toward possible projects under a motion from Ann in contingency? I think there was a $250,000 earmark there.
Okay, so we have a motion to reconsider on the floor, which we haven't voted on yet. So is there any discussion on the motion to reconsider?
well, people want to know. I mean, this is all relevant information that would.
Well, after we vote on the motion to reconsider, if that passes, then we actually vote on the substance of the resolution. So we're just, do you want to vote again is what is the question on the floor. Are we willing to motion to reconsider? Any further discussion on that topic? Okay, yes, go ahead, Veronica.
At the risk of complicating my complication, are you allowed, can you move to reconsider an amendment? Or do you have to reconsider, is that only apply for a main motion?
Or do you have anything to say on that?
Oh, great.
It could be applied to any vote, so you can reconsider an amendment, a motion. So what if the motion to reconsider passes, the amendment that was before the legislature is back under discussion.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion on whether we should reconsider? Yes. Okay, let's have a vote then on the motion to reconsider.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion. Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson. Dan Klein.
Yes. That's unanimous. Deborah, are there any, so that motion is on the floor or it have to be restated?
Well, let me restate it.
Yes.
Just so that everyone understands.
Go ahead.
Adding that $94,371 from fund balance to our contingent fund to be used for that GIS position if it becomes necessary at some point next year.
Is there a second to that? Randy seconds. Discussion. Rich?
Yeah, I really think this doesn't matter one whit because the money either sits in fund balance or it sits in contingency. Until we vote to spend it on the GIS position, we haven't spent it. So I'm happy to support the clarification, but we shouldn't be spending time on this. I think there's some other substantives got to get to.
Whatever it's worth, I agree 100% with that, but I'm willing to go along. Greg?
I don't disagree with Rich, but what I would say is I think the use of fund balance has mattered through this entire process. And so if we say that we have 95,000 set aside for something from fund balance, well, that then may be 95 that some people may be reluctant to utilize in further action. So that's why I do think it does matter. And I also think it's helpful to clarify for staff what the action actually was, because they have to go and implement it.
Further discussion? Okay, let's have a vote then. And the vote is whether to allocate $94,371, adding it to contingency for the purpose of this GIS position. Is that correct?
That's correct.
From fund balance, okay.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ian Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
No.
Greg Mezzi.
No.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
No.
Mike Sigler.
No.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown. Amanda Champion. Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. The motion carries 10-4. Okay. We were, yeah. So we are, yeah, help me out here. Where are we? Go ahead, Mike.
So we're back to the amendment that Shauna proposed. We've added this change. The question is still, do we want to add enough more money to keep this at or under the tax cap, or do we want to exceed the tax cap?
Rich.
Yeah, in our ancient history, I offered the amendment to bring our levy down to 3%, and I thought that was a reasonable compromise with the other alternative that we'd gotten a calculation on at 2.5%. Since then, we've seen the city budget and the tax impact from that direction. I guess I will offer an amendment to take $148,607 or the dollar value as necessary to bring us below the 2.72% so that we meet the New York State tax cap.
Dollar figure, please.
$148,607. But my intent is to get us under the tax cap.
So this is a little out of line, but would you consider saying 150,000 just to
say
for
$150,000
off? I mean, we could be $1 off and make a
Fair.
mistake. Thank you for letting me be out of line. Was there a second for that? Shauna seconds. Okay. Mike.
Don't we have to add the other 95,000?
Magic of some people's mathematics, no, we don't, because we haven't spent it yet.
Norma nod, saying we don't have to add that. Is that correct? Okay, fine.
Okay. Veronica, I think you had your hand up too, and then I'll go to Lee.
I did, yeah. I support this change. This is, in the grand scheme of things, quite a small amount of money to move from spot to spot to get us to avoid doing the logistics of telling New York State why we should override the tax cap. I do want to comment that I guess I agree the tax cap is valuable for like what Mark Whitmer from Caroline said. It makes us think and be more serious about how we spend our money. And I know we're all in various, even though we don't all agree with each other on that. I do, however, think that if New York State is serious about the laudable goal of reducing the property tax burden, New York State, which can levy income taxes, would increase the tax rate just a little bit on the most wealthy people and use that money to pay for the various costs that they have been sloughing off onto counties in at least the last 3 years since I've been here. This year in the New York State budget, just as an example, they increased by 0.5% the tax rate for personal income tax for earnings over 5 million in a year. That single increase is expected to net just over $1 billion of revenue, which is about, if it were somehow distributed to all residents of New York State, is about $100 a person from this slight increase of tax on extreme amounts of not just wealth, but income. And so New York State, if you're listening, there are other ways to get this money than squeezing all your localities. Thanks.
Lee.
I was trying to figure out where to put this in. I guess I'm going to move to amend Rich's amendment from $150,000.
Hang on, Lee.
We already have an amendment on the floor.
Yeah.
Not amend another time until we vote.
You'll have to wait till the vote, and then if you're willing to make an amendment, if you want to make the amendment, then after we vote, you can.
Trying to think, if this passes, does that put forward a final number, no longer amendable for the tax levy?
Oh, it'll still be amendable, correct? Yep.
Okay.
If this passes, though, it will also lower the numbers in the penultimate resolved, won't it? Yeah. It'll lower them.
I'm just being informed, we probably have to recess to be able to reset those numbers. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Lee, did you want to keep going, or are you pausing for now?
I'll pause for now.
Okay. Deborah.
Well, I hate using fund balance to lower the levy, but I will reluctantly vote for this simply to get us below the tax cap. But in anticipation of my colleagues' I'm anticipated amendment to devote even more fund balance to buying down the levy, I would remind everyone of Patrick Hill's comments tonight about explaining why the city's levy increase was so high, because in past years, they've used fund balance to buy down their levy, and now they don't have any fund balance to use that way. And I know, Randy, you think we've got bottomless fund balance, but we don't. And we're looking forward to God knows what over the next 4 years. And meanwhile, we're faced with ever-increasing costs to address our homeless problem and our mental health issues. I just think we need to be awfully careful how we spend our money.
Okay, I've got Randy and then Greg.
Yeah, I agree. We shouldn't exceed the tax cap. I spent another 4 hours going through line by line every department's budget. Because I'm curious about it. I've always been curious about those types of things. And it looks like about 2 departments are going to be over budget. So I thought that was interesting. I could be wrong because, there's 6 weeks left, and depends how you do the equations, and I'm guesstimating because I still don't know what's going to happen for the next 6 weeks, right? So, but it looks like, and I won't point the. There were quite a few that were very under budget, and again, I'm unclear on why. Right, so because it's complicated, and in some of those, and for example, administration's $4 million under budget. But I realize that's where money is placed, and you're moving around, and I mean it's a placeholder, and so where do you interfund it, and all those kinds of things. So I get those things. Whole health was under budget by $7 or $8 million, some big number. But I also realize that a lot of that is state money and it's not our money, and so I understand all those things. But it was really interesting and to go through that process. And one of the things, and Lori has mentioned this, is so hard to understand where the income's coming from, because all of these departments have income, grant income, those kinds of things. And in one case, one of them, DSS, I think they're estimating $32 million in income, and they'll receive $16 million so far this year. So that's going to really affect our cash balance as well when you're waiting for all those funds to come in. So I went through all that stuff, and I still think we're going to be at least $4 million under budget, and that's conservative. And that our sales tax is flat. I agree with that. It looks to me like you're going to lose some money under your clerk's fees that's hundreds of thousands of dollars under. But we're also $2 million in change over budget and interest income. So all those things add up. So I think we're going to add to our fund balance. Pulling $300,000 or $400,000 more out of our fund balance is not going to hurt anybody. And really, for me, it comes down to one thing. I went to a recent Methodist church had their harvest festival and things, and I was speaking to somebody, and they're two people who've worked their whole life. They own their house. They voted for almost 30 years, and they've been tapping into their savings account for the last 2 years to pay their bills. Their assessment has doubled in 7 years. So there are fixed incomes, and so every time you raise taxes on people, and they're going to sell their house. They're going to sell, and they're going to move to North Carolina or something else, and that's happening to a lot of people. So I just figure it's any way we can help people is the way to go. So that's why I really hoping we think something around 2%. So.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is to take $150,000 out of fund balance and apply it to the tax levy. Greg.
Yeah, I think we are a far cry comparison from the city of Ithaca, with all due respect to my colleagues at the city. So, you know, I don't know how 154,000 or even 500,000 is going to put us in the world of hurt and spending that the city of Ithaca found themselves in their city budget. So I want to push back on that comparison. And again, this is why in the previous motion, I remind people it was very easy to take 95,000 from fund balance and put it towards contingent fund. But now, somehow we've become raiders of fund balance when we want to keep the tax to our taxpayers low and ultimately make a more affordable, more sustainable, more livable Tompkins County. Somehow we become raiders of fund balance. So I'll vote for this because I think it's going in the right direction. And I hope that one of my colleagues and at least 8 of us will entertain bringing it to at least 2% or lower.
Anybody else on the amendment to the amendment to take $250,000 out of fund balance and apply it to the tax levy? 150, I'm sorry. Further discussion? Oh, thank you. Yes, Ann.
If everybody's done, I was going to call the vote, but if everybody's done talking, I'll pass.
Everyone's done talking, so let's have a roll call vote, please.
Rich John,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown, Amanda Champion, Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. That is unanimous. Okay. We are now back to the amended budget, the one that's in our red sheet, except we've also added $150,000 from fund balance. Are there any other amendments to be made? Lee?
Move in the third resolved that the sum of change 55 million to $54,513,967 to meet local share of expenses. And essentially in the fourth resolved, it makes the tax levy increase 2%. And in the fifth resolved, this will result in an increase of approximately $80, I may be off a few cents, on a median priced home assessed in 2024 at $300,000, or a county tax payment of approximately maybe off by $1 or $2 here, $1,400.
Repeat that first figure, please.
54,513,967, which is taking off 534,551, which was equivalent to 1 full percent of the tax levy.
Is there a second? Randy? Discussion. Amanda? Yes.
We're at 2.72 and you take a percent off. Aren't you at 1.72?
Weren't changing the tax levy figure, were you?
The tax levy currently stands at 2.72 per the last, amendment. Norma, go ahead.
I think maybe the numbers you have are prior to the adjustment, the $150,000 adjustment?
Then it would be 555,048 minus
So you would,
Rich.
so you're trying to get to 2%. So your amendment would be to use some funding somewhere of
Well-
384,805. That's in addition to the amendment that was just made to reduce to the
But
tax.
it's going to bring it to that $54 million number that I.
That would get you to
headed.
54,513,563. Is that
Correct.
where we are? Okay.
If I can suggest, for simplification, we just say your motion is to bring it to 2% tax levy.
Yes, it is.
Is that acceptable to just kind of for shorthand? So that we can discuss it?
And to point of
Yes.
to Norma's comment, that's 384,805 would bring that to a 2% levy increase.
Correct. In addition to the 150 that you've already.
And I'm just understanding the intent of my colleague, it is to use fund balance to pay that 384,805.
Correct.
The motion is to bring the tax levy to 2%. We believe it'll cost approximately $384,000. It's been moved and seconded. Go ahead, Lee.
Now I'll speak to it.
Yes.
Last meeting, I expressed, and I won't go back through it, my discomfort in the proposed increase in that though we were at 3%, it effectively was a 9 to 10% increase in the average tax bill. I acknowledge there are times when we do need to raise taxes. And 2% was our goal in May. I think 2% is achievable. And the reason I say that is that it's still going to increase somebody's tax bill on average about $80 at median household. I think this recognizes a number of needs that the county has, but when I'm looking at some of the revenue lines and seeing the interest income budgeted $1 million, that's probably going to come in about $3.6 million for the year. And when you're looking at cannabis revenues that aren't included in here, a flat sales tax, casino revenues that are a couple $100,000 up, I'm back to the feeling that there's a little bit of relief we can give to the taxpayers by the use of applying a bit more of the fund balance. I was willing to support a 2% levy increase in May, and I'm willing to support a 2% levy increase in November. Anything above that is, I think, is a stretch, as I've said before. There's my reasoning for moving this forward. Thanks.
Further discussion? Mike Lane.
Chipped away by adding more from the fund balance, even to get it down to the 2.72% that we only learned about tonight. I think we should stay with it.
Randy?
Our fund balance will grow again for the third or fourth year in a row. It's going to be in the millions of dollars, and I think that if to balance this at 2% just makes sense, and it's not our money, it's the people's money.
Rich?
I'm comfortable at the 2.72%, but given what we've seen with inflation and the demands going forward on county dollars, I can't get down to 2%. I understand what you're saying, but I will vote no on that.
Mike Sigler.
I just want to say that, listen,
Mike,
going
start
forward-
again with the loud voice.
Sorry,
please.
yes.
That's okay, thank you.
I mean, going forward, I can make an argument to my constituents about, say, the shelter. Well, I'm just going to pick something out that's going to be expensive and make the argument to them that, listen, we have to put this in. This is what we're going to do going forward. It's going to cost X amount of dollars, and that is going to raise the levy this much, and that's going to make your taxes, that's what it's going to cost. I can make that argument to them. I find it much more difficult to make the argument to them that we're going to hold on to their money. It's like, what are we saving it? I mean, you can make an argument we're saving it for all these things, but it's like anything in life. If I'm paying to something, I want to know what the money's going toward. And when we put it into kind of like this fund balance, people wonder why we're holding on to it. They can say rainy day all you want, but we're a taxing authority. I mean, if clearly the city of Ithaca doesn't have any problem raising the taxes. If we were into some kind of dire emergency and we went to the people and said, this is what's going on, here's what we're cutting, but we're still going to have this tax increase, then that's the argument to be made. But this idea that we're just going to keep building the fund balance for a rainy day, we have a very sizable fund balance. People right now are looking at some of their taxing jurisdictions that are going up quite a bit, and they're looking at their costs, and they're going, listen, I'm having real problems here. And I don't think a 2% levy increase is that outrageous. I mean, that seems to be a good number to me. So anyway, that's my thoughts on it. I just think that if we need to tax for a certain thing that's coming down the pipeline, then that's the argument we should make to voters, not that we want to just put it into storage.
Shauna.
Thank you. I hear what you're saying, Mike, and I think my concern is that we have some really big projects coming up. We have a shelter that could be up to $6 million. We don't know how many grants we're going to get. We're also talking about providing year-round sheltering for individuals that are in that shelter. That could be anywhere from $2 million to $3 million a year. We have a center of government that could be anywhere from $20 million to $40 million. We have a public safety building that we want to get started on. We have a jail that we know we're going to need. That could be around $40 million. We have an airport that's struggling, ongoing costs. And my concern is that while you look at the numbers and you say, gosh, we have a lot of money in fund balance, that's $80 million of projects right there. And I get we're not going to pay cash for those, but we are going to want to put down a deposit on those. And we're going to want to bond those. And the least that we have in our fund balance, the harder it is going to be for us to get a good rate and to bond and to keep our Moody's rating. So I think there's definitely value in keeping money in our fund balance. I don't need to remind people about what we experienced 4 years ago with COVID and how we were able to do so many things that other counties were not able to do because we depended on our fund balance. And many counties had to actually wait to get the check in the mail from the federal government or from the state government or ARPA funds in order to provide care for the residents. So, whenever we talk about providing for our county, that's why whenever it comes to our budget, I absolutely want to be conservative. And, I do realize that our taxes, that's our job, to make sure that we provide the services, and we can't out-tax people in our community. That's not the right thing to do. But, it's a balancing act. And I feel like, we started with, 3.5%, and we're down to 2.7%. I think that is actually a really good compromise, and I will be supporting the amendment, or not Lee's amendment.
I supported the other amendment to keep it at the 2.7. No, sorry, Lee.
Veronica.
I think to a question of like, how do we explain what all the fund balance we're hanging on to is for? Our fund balance policy is supposed to answer that. What I think a lot of the contention is on whether we have a lot more money or are about to have a lot more money in our accounts that count as fund balance. Sorry, I don't know how accounting works. Then we have been told we like definitely know that we have. And so that's not resolvable in this moment, but anticipating this same discussion next year, what numbers and predictions should I be writing down now so that come next year, I can go back and think all the possible things that people told me there was going to be, you know, like this revenue was going to be up, this expense was going to be down, like the fund balance was going to be this many millions of dollars more. I don't need an answer right now because this isn't going to help me like vote on Lee's amendment, but yeah, I would love to know like what should I look at and when to be able to retroactively say, okay, what actually did happen last year?
Take a moment for myself because you said something very similar last year. I went home that night and wrote this huge thing and I thought, I can't do it. It's just too hard to explain what we will see in a year and should have known then. But it's a great question. I wish I could put into words better. Travis.
You know, I understand the idea of keeping the fund balance as it is and all of those things. I definitely agree with Mike, Randy, and Lee. It is the taxpayers' money. They've paid it, and we're just holding on to it. They've taken a big hit with the school district and the city. And perhaps Randy's right, and I think I'm going to roll with his numbers on this one and hope that the money goes back in there soon. 4 years ago was 4 years ago. We can run into that situation again. We bounced back from it over the last 4 years, and I'm comfortable with that. The idea that we keep funding the airport, and I know people say we have to, I'm not a fan of it because the average Ithacan, the average person from our county can't afford to fly out of there. I just spent $3,000 less taking a group from Syracuse than Ithaca, right? So it's not affordable for most of us. The drive is inconvenient, but I saved $3,000. So if we keep funding something that only a few people in this, not a few, but a small percentage of the county use, I think it's fine to take something from the fund balance. So I'm going to support Lee's amendment.
Greg.
Yeah, a couple of things. I think Randy's financial almanac should be out soon before the end of the year with all of the predictions for 2025. So Randy, thank you for putting that together. You know, what was the fund balance 4 years ago during COVID? Half of what it is now? A little more than half. And we weathered that okay. So I don't know what double big storm is coming, but I doubt it's going to cost twice as much as COVID did. And so that's where I struggle with that sentiment a little bit. I also think when it relates to some of the capital projects, we've set aside, was it 15, 16 million that we've sort of pulled out of general fund balance and put them in reserve accounts? 15, right?
Sorry, 12 in reserves, and then we have set aside 2.6 million in the years previously to pay for debt service.
Yeah, and so some of that is for the center of government, some of that is for architectural engineering, for the public safety building. We have some shelter funds set aside. And then what's our current fund balance right now, unrestricted fund balance? Estimated based on 2023 end.
Below 25% of our, it's below our policy requirement.
Isn't it? 61 million?
61 million. So I just want to give a reality check for everybody. If we have, this is 0.006% of our fund balance. If we somehow live in a world where that amount of money is going to tip the scale of rubble in Tompkins County, and we're going to crumble at the next, wind of tragedy or crisis, then we have much bigger problems. So I think what this can do and the message that this can send to the people of Tompkins County returning overpayment of funds, because we have overcollected and we've held on and we have made money off of that money, which is interest income. And now we're just returning it to them. And we're not doing anything crazy or sneaky or tricky. We're just saying, hey, you know what? Some years we get it right, some years we don't. Past couple of years, we've gotten it a lot more right than wrong. And I think the right thing to do is to keep it below 2%. I think we should go a step further. I know there's no appetite for that. So I would support 2%. And I just want to make sure everybody knows that $384,000 out of, call it 40 million, call it 60 million, call it whatever you want, because we really don't know what it is, because we really can't get a straight answer at this point in time. But it's really not that much money, folks. We passed amendments to the budget far greater than that.
I'm going to take a quick turn since we're all saying the same things we always say in this discussion. I'm going to say the same thing, one of the things I always say, which is if we undertax and made a mistake and next year we're like, oh my goodness, what are we going to do? What we can do is raise taxes because we have that power every single year. What we can't do is give the money back if we overtax. So that's why we should take the little risk that we might be slightly undertaxing. That is reversible. Overtaxing is not reversible. Ann Corman.
Yeah, thank you. You just get rid of this cute little kitty cat. The people mentioned about, COVID. Sure, we weathered it, we got through it, but we asked a lot of people to retire early. We got rid of some positions, and this past year too, we asked departments to reduce, and we have, I could go on and on about, human service agencies, that we asked them to make reductions. We didn't fund a lot of different things. People mentioned at public speaking about these organizations that do a lot of work for the county and for people. And we've asked all of them to make reductions or didn't fund a lot of different things that were asked of us. And just looking at our budget this year too, or coming up, we pretty much, mostly gutted the green facilities plan. And climate change is getting worse every year. That's not going away because we're not funding it. That's going to get worse. And we know the federal government isn't going to be doing as much over the next couple of years. So I think we're shirking our responsibilities locally. I'm glad one thing passed that I asked to be put back in. But we are not doing what we need to be doing to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions soon enough. And so we're not, even for our buildings that we currently own, we've pretty much gutted the improvements and even maintenance of our buildings. So there are a lot of things that we did not put in this budget. So for people to say we're okay, we're not okay. This is a shoestring budget, and if we were okay, we would be able to put those things in. So to try and say, oh, we're going to just take other money out of our savings to put in there. And the last thing I want to mention is the state is increasing their mandates. And then we're not increasing our revenue enough to cover that. And it's going to hit home. And I don't feel for myself that's fiscally responsible. And I want to second what my colleague Shauna Black said, that as far as the 7 years I've been here, this is the most amount of projects and money that is going to be coming up in the next couple of years that we've committed to, and that we have to do for our community. So where's that money coming from? So I think I'm not going to vote for this. Thank you.
Rich.
Yeah, just to add to the discussion, we developed our fund balance policy in part because of our bond rating from Moody's. And I'm very proud that we have the highest bond rating that we can get for a municipality in upstate New York. We've seen other municipalities have their bond rating downgraded, which means it's more expensive to borrow and more difficult to borrow. It is a service to our residents, our taxpayers, that we get the best interest rates we can get when we're doing our capital program. So we're not just sitting on money. I mean, we can argue with Moody's saying, well, your policy should be that we don't have to hold as much money, but I think we're going to lose that argument. And if our bond rating is downgraded because we are not meeting our fund balance policy, there will be consequence. It's not, risk-free to just say, well, we're just going to reduce our fund balance. And I agree with Shauna that when we were hit with the pandemic, the county was ready. We really did what we had to do for our constituents, and that's valuable. I want us to be under the tax cap, but I think it's a reasonable compromise to stick at 2.72% and carry on from there. Thanks.
Mike Lane.
Just quickly, I wanted to remind everybody that we use the word fund balance, but it isn't a savings account. It doesn't mean we have that much cash that we could just dip into. There are many factors, and the accountants among us can, and the auditors and our own finance people can describe that better than I. But there are many factors besides cash available that are factored into what a municipal government's fund balance is.
Deborah.
I appreciate some of my colleagues' comments. Especially Annie's pointing out that we've kind of dropped our green facilities project, and that pained me. But I understood that this on that money. I understood that we were strapped. I recall that when we started this process, we were told that we couldn't spend any fund balance. And if you add up the 150 we just passed and the 154,990 that we approved when the budget came out of expanded budget, and the 384,805 now on the table, that's $689,795.80 that we're spending of fund balance that supposedly we couldn't spend a penny of because of our fund balance policy, which we now apparently feel quite free to ignore. I don't know what the point of having policies is if we can't discipline ourselves to follow them. But I'm not going to vote for this, to no one's surprise.
Andy.
I think actually our budget, we did a good job with our budget this year. We funded a lot of good things that I think extra funding for the food bank was really important. And there were other things good that were done without a doubt. So I think that we should be thankful for what we've arrived at as far as what we're funding. One thing that administration gave us earlier was our debt service analysis of what our debt service payments were going to be over time. And if you look at that, and I really wish that we had looked at that early on and really dove into what our anticipated expenses are going to be for the Center of Government building and other expenses that we expect to have with public safety, because it really is going to drop big time in a couple of years here as far as our actual payments. I don't think the impact of our payments on our debt are going to be as big as we thought they were, because they drop almost in half, I think, in about 3 years, if memory serves our current payments for that. I think that we should look at that hard next time, early in the year. Let's look at that to see what it really means. If we really do all these projects, how many more millions of dollars does it mean? I think actually there's one level higher that we could be with Moody's. Remember, memory serves, is there one step higher? We're almost there. And also, I remember when that guy spoke that when he gave us that update, it was based on our reserve policy at that time, which was 18%, and now it's 25. I also like to, one other thing, I was looking at real dollars for facilities. They're about $400,000 under budget for utilities this year. Thanks.
I'm going to take a quick turn. There is one level higher for Moody's, which no county in New York State has, so we might as well assume that it's not attainable. That's my view. And for the fund balance policy, what the policy says is we can go under it if we have 2 years to pay it back. So. Any other discussion on the amendment to lower the tax levy to 2%? Let's have a vote then.
Rich John.
No.
Ann Corman.
No.
Mike Lane.
No.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black. Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion. Susan Curry.
No.
Deborah Dawson.
No.
Dan Klein.
Yes. 7-7 motion failed. Okay, we have an amended budget on the table. Are there any further amendments to be made? Rich?
I had thought about bringing a further amendment to add some resources to our finance department to address this issue of being able to get a better estimate of current financial position. Discussions are going on, and I think they're productive discussions. I would like those to continue, and I just wanted to share with my colleagues that when the time is ripe, I would be considering making a motion to take money out of contingency to address those specific issues so that next year in our budget cycle, we could have more confidence about where we are and what our fund balance and other obligations and income are, but not tonight.
Any other amendments, any other discussion? Deborah?
Quick question. Possible before we finally vote on this to get a piece of paper that actually tells me what the real numbers are?
Thank you. I forgot that step. Norma, how we doing? Lisa, how we doing?
Norma just sent them to me. I need to figure them out.
Okay, let's take a 6-minute break. And
Is there some other business we could attend to while they do the math?
Well, there's a motion on the floor. Can we do anything else? 6-minute break. Almost everybody likes it.
Filler,
Okay, we are back in session. And everybody has a handout with the updated amendment. Mike Lane.
I just want to remind everybody that we need to pass something tonight. If we don't, and it goes into December, we go back to the administrator's budget. I don't think any of us would be happy with that.
Any other discussion before we vote?
Question for Mike. Would it be the administrator's budget prior to the adjustments that were made in the budget process, or would that be an amended amount from?
I believe it's the one that was in the book.
Budget that Lisa.
Before we did anything.
Greg.
what's the deadline?
December 10th.
So we have another meeting between now and then?
We do, December 3rd.
All right, just want to level set.
Okay. Any other discussion? One feel level set? Go ahead.
The deadline, I think that the assessment department to December.
Lisa, start again, please.
Sorry. The assessment department, I don't think Jay is on, but in terms of sending out tax bills, once we get into December, it really puts the pressure on for them.
Ann.
Yes, just after Mike's comment, Mike Lane's comment about we don't want to go back to the administrator's budget. I just want to say, it doesn't need to be said, but I want to say it anyway. We do appreciate the administrator's recommended budget as a starting point for us. So, thank you.
And Amanda.
But, correct me if I'm wrong, but that budget had a tax increase of 4.34, right? So.
That's correct. And then there was and we found two errors after that was amounted to about $1 million. So I think we would have to factor that in.
So it would be more than the 4.34. No, be less. Okay.
Any other discussion before we vote? Okay, let's do it.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes?
Greg Mezzi.
No.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
No.
Mike Sigler.
No.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
No.
Randy Brown. No. Amanda Champion. Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. The motion passed 9-5. Mike?
Thank you all. And thank you all for your passion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What we are
Hang
elected
on, Mike.
for,
Mike,
to have these
Mike, hang on. Sorry. My bad. That was just the amendment.
What? No, it was the,
The amendment to the one that we passed out.
Never voted
I'm
on
having
making the
trouble hearing
change.
Katrina.
And what we're discussing is whether we just voted on the main motion or the amendment. And it sounds like.
which
Go ahead,
amendment?
Katrina.
I thought
That
I was
was-
voting on the main motion.
No, that was the amendment.
Which
The
amendment?
the
one
printed
that I
amendment that
passed out,
changed the
and then
tax
we
cap.
amended that.
We never actually made that vote. We've just been amending that amendment this whole time.
Okay.
Sorry for that confusion. Mike, start preparing your speech. So we're now on the main motion. And it's the same thing. It's the same thing that we just voted on. So is there any discussion before we vote? Okay, let's do it.
I think I
Rich
know how
John.
it's going to turn out. Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes?
Greg Mezzi.
No.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff. Mike Sigler. Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
No, and for the I cannot hear legislators on Zoom. They're not talking into the mic. I can't hear the vote.
Thank you. Yeah, please continue.
Randy Brown,
No.
Amanda Champion, Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. Travis, the vote is 9-5, and if anybody, Travis or anybody else wants to change your vote, now is the moment. Okay, then the motion carries. The budget is passed. Mike Lane.
I already said the good things. I'm very proud of this legislature. It's getting late. I'm just going to end the budget committee at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Unless Shauna has anything else.
Okay, we are up to the Workforce, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee. Veronica Pillar, Chair.
Workforce Diversity and Inclusion has not met since our last meeting, and we won't meet till past our next meeting.
Any questions or comments for Veronica? Public Safety Committee, Rich John, Chair.
We have not met since our last meeting, and we will be holding a joint meeting for November and December, so that meeting will be held on December 10th. And given the hour, I won't go into any more detail, unless anybody has questions.
Questions or comments for Rich? Okay. Downtown Facilities Special Committee, Randy Brown, Chair.
We haven't met in a while, but we are going to meet the first Tuesday at 9 o'clock. I'm sorry, the second Tuesday of December, which I believe is December 9th at 9 a.m. Is that?
Questions or comments for Randy? Health and Human Services Committee, Shauna Black, Chair.
Thank you very much. We have not met, and we'll meet tomorrow, November 20th at 1 p.m. We're going to discuss some opioid settlement funds. There's going to be a proposed change for that for one of the awardees, and then we have a few resolutions to be passed in whole health.
Questions or comments for Shauna? Deborah.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a question for Shauna's HHS or Greg's HED, but the tenor of the public comments tonight was that we have not-for-profit organizations that are wanting to have input and to assist us with our homeless sheltering process. I'm having difficulty understanding why we would turn down free help.
Currently, that would fall under the continuum of care, and I know Shauna has been working closely as we look at how the overlap and things like that. So I would default to Lisa. I may be implying a personal opinion, and I'd like to speak for the county to speak on behalf of where we're at.
So as we have been, as you know, planning and trying to launch this Code Blue shelter in a short period of time, it has been largely the county's effort to try to get contracts in place, get staffing in place, and build the facility. And we have, had a couple of feedback sessions thus far with our community agencies, and we're hearing loud and clear that they have feedback to share with us and that they want more involvement. And we are going back to discuss how that translates into policies and procedures and their involvement in the shelter. We've also stated that, being that we did not have a viable provider for the Code Blue shelter, it fell on the county's, it's squarely on the county's responsibilities to stand up all of the aspects of the Code Blue shelter and that there are certain things that the government cannot do around the supports needed in the shelter, and we've been calling on our nonprofit partners to help us find those solutions. So I think it's an ongoing conversation.
So initially, if I may, it was that we were under the gun time-wise. And going forward, it could continue to be an iterative process with the assistance of these organizations who want to help us. We're not
correct.
freezing them out, in other words.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Also, see, Kit is on the on Zoom with her hand raised.
Kit.
Hi, everybody. I think the other thing that I just want to throw into this, I think there may be a little bit of a misunderstanding here between Code Blue sheltering and the more permanent THA sheltering. So what we're doing with Code Blue, as everybody knows, is we are setting up a shelter in a temporary space with very, with some restrictions around, obviously, how quickly we had to get this up and running, and with the amount of space that we have, as well as trying to manage new staff in a new environment. We are also in the process, as people know, of looking at setting up a THA shelter very soon. That shelter is being planned with community partners in mind. We actually are going to have a space at that shelter where we will offer hours for providers to come in, meet with people, engage with them, really try to provide those services that they can in that environment. We'll have a lot more space. Staff will have a lot more latitude to be able to say, we want to welcome you in and have you work with people. We don't have the confines that we have in the Code Blue shelter where people are going to be literally kind of up against walls with one another, and that it's a very temporary kind of shelter. People are going to have to get services night by night, as opposed to the THA shelter where we're providing more extensive services. So we are, in fact, making plans for welcoming those community partners. We need them and we want them, but it's a matter of the two different kinds of shelters and how we are able to set those up. I hope that helps.
Greg.
Yeah, I would say that, Deb, to your point too, and I think in HED, we're committed to holding space and time for that discussion as it relates to policy setting and ways that we can help and support departments and hear from those community providers. So as, interest becomes available, if there's discussion that needs to be had, obviously it is our number one priority really in the committee currently to make space and time for them. So I just want to stress that's there. And again, it's really a moving target, and we're sort of building the bus with the bus in motion. And so hopefully to my earlier comments, we can hear and we can adjust and we can modify as we continue through the process.
All right, well, that HHS conversation bled into HED. Shall we continue? Greg, Housing and Economic Development Committee.
Thank you. So we last met on the 6th of November. If you'd like to tune in online, there was a little bit of technical difficulty, which we worked through, but we had our normal business. Nothing substantial to report, but I do want to highlight that this may be interest to many, that on December 4th, our next meeting at 3 o'clock here in Chambers, we will have a resolution discussion which Legislator Black brought to the committee around supporting a New York State Senate bill about prohibiting industrial development agencies from waiving school taxes. We'll also try to work together to have a robust conversation as well, because I know we heard a number of comments around having a school board or school district representative. We all received communication about that from ICSD. So that'll be a big portion of the agenda, as well as obviously updates from Code Blue and our sheltering conversation as we move towards the end of the year.
Questions or comments for Greg? Thank you. Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, Lee Shirtliff, Chair.
F&I has not met since the last meeting. We will be meeting this Thursday morning, the 21st at 9 o'clock.
Comments for Lee? Okay, Government Operations Committee, Amanda Champion, Chair.
Thank you. I don't really have a report because I think I reported at our last legislature meeting, so I can just go right into the resolutions. And I'm actually going to ask Susan to move the advisory board appointments.
That now?
Yeah.
I'd like to move the advisory board appointments, 2 people to the Tompkins County Public Library Board of Trustees. The first is Sarah Clausen, trustee, term expires December 31st, 2026. The second one is Liz Chabot, trustee, term expires December 31st, 2027. And so move.
I think, Mike, you're seconding?
Yes.
I want to make sure everyone understands where we are. It's a separate attachment in your packet. Just make sure you know. Okay, discussion. Amanda, do you want to say anything?
Oh, just same as before. I guess I would just say, I mean, we already talked about it, but, you know, I think our process works pretty well for appointments until it doesn't. And if you end up with problems on a board and we've approved those people that we, you know, that are running that board, and this is our chance for oversight, is who we appoint. And so I'll leave it at that.
Deborah.
I have a question, and I don't know if Amanda or Susan are able to answer it. It's my understanding that several board members of the library board resigned today.
I would look at Rich, because he was the liaison.
I wasn't able to attend the meeting today because of teaching and then coming here.
Well, I'm just curious to know at least one of the people that's up for appointment or is a reappointment. Is this one of the people who resigned, or is this?
Don't believe so.
Okay.
Susan, can you speak more into the mic?
Yeah, sorry, I have a soft voice. I did hear that someone resigned today, but it was not one of these two. Okay. Just want to be sure we weren't appointing someone who didn't No, I want would the have job. said, yeah, we would have taken care of that.
The clerk's office has not received anything official, just for whatever it's worth. Rich.
Yeah, as the liaison to the Tompkins County Public Library, it is really important that there's a functioning board, and making these appointments helps ensure that happening. So I would urge my colleagues to vote on these.
Any other discussion? I'm sorry, any other discussion on the advisory board appointments for the Government Operations Committee? Susan.
I just wanted to support what Rich said. You need a functioning board in order to make some progress.
Okay, are we ready for a vote? Please.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ian Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
No.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. 13-1, the motion carries.
Okay, great. Resolution J. Resolution to update the Administrative Policy Manual, Policy 07-08, email, ID 12852, and I will move that.
Rich seconds. Discussion. Mike Lane.
I voted against this in committee, and I wanted to tell people why. If you look on packet page 99, the last paragraph about enforcement, I thought that was too harsh to be saying to our employees that they can be terminated if they aren't following this policy properly. And Lauren was there and said that this was recommended, this language was recommended by a consultant. So I just didn't like it. I thought it ought to be toned down, but that's the reason I voted against it.
You have Lauren and Kim from ITS here if we have any questions. Other discussion? Okay, let's have a vote then.
Rich John,
Yes.
Ian Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
No?
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler, Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. 13-1, motion carries.
All right, Resolution K, appropriation from contingent fund, county administration, funding for community recovery grant program administration, ID 12866.
Second. Shauna seconds. Discussion. Okay, let's have a vote.
Rich John,
Yes.
Ian Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes?
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown, Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. Unanimous, the motion carries. Amanda, I'm wondering if you would be willing to do Resolution F
Yes.
next.
Resolution F, acceptance of grant funding, Board of Elections, electronic poll book grant, ID 12784.
Is there a second? Susan seconds. Randy?
Yeah, I was just curious, was this budgeted? Was this grant that we received, was it planned contribution, or did it just show up one day?
Want to come up, Norma? Please come up.
Expected, which is why there's a offsetting expenditure for the.
Okay, to add to the fund balance then. Okay, thank you.
Too
Any other-
soon.
Any other
Too
discussion?
soon.
Any other discussion
No, no,
on
no.
Resolution F? Okay, let's have a vote, please.
Rich John,
Yes.
Ian Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes?
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. 14 ayes, the motion carries.
All right, we are up to everyone's yearly favorite. Resolution L, designation of newspaper, ID 12836, and I will move that.
Rich seconds.
This is our yearly fun one, where we talk about the Ithaca Journal and trash them. You'll remember that last year, Dominic prepared a great summary and some options and some resolutions that we could support at the state level, and we did pass, some urging the state things. And we could certainly try sending something like that again, but clearly they didn't get the message last year. So we still have to designate a newspaper.
Rich?
I want to assure our colleagues, we did have the long discussion at GO. And given the hour, I hope we can move on for the benefit.
Greg?
Sorry, Rich. Well, 2% might have made the difference. I think I want to say for the record, I think that this is nuts. You have a paid paper that you have to go buy to get access to get these public notices. And it's not because the editor-in-chief is sitting behind me, right? But we have relatively point blank free online coverage, which is accessible to all people at all times. I mean, this clearly, oh, there he is in the shot. Okay, good. I'm not saying it because he's sitting behind me, but this is clearly somebody is not doing their job to create accessible government. If we want people to truly get notices, then free online media where we could support and fund access to this information is the way we should go. So I hope our colleagues in Albany hear us loud and clear again. I'm not going to vote for this. I didn't last year, so I hope there's 8 of you that will. But I think that it's kind of tragic because it really does restrict the notice that's intended to be notice for all people.
Mike Sigler.
So I'm not going to vote for this, but I'd like to move an amendment to it.
Ed?
That whatever notices we run in the Ithaca Journal, we run in one of the printed weeklies.
So the motion was that we always run a second legal ad in another publication. Is that what you said? Is there a second? Veronica seconds. Discussion. Shauna.
So I will say that running advertisements is really expensive. And so
I know.
that we should probably add a budget line.
Oh, dear God.
Mike Lane.
We already do that for a lot of our public notices, already go into the weeklies, but not everyone.
Veronica, did you have your hand up?
I did, and it was just, I guess, to ask, don't we already do that for some things? So I guess maybe can someone say what does and doesn't go in a
Public
weekly?
hearing notices.
We do go.
We run a duplicate public hearing notice.
We couldn't hear you.
Public hearing notices.
Published in more than one publication. Rich.
Do we have a dollar figure of what we spend on legal notices in a year?
I don't have that off the top of my head, and it does vary from year to year depending on how many local laws, how many bonds.
Do we have a ballpark?
I'm going to say approximately $1,000. And that's just off the top of my head.
That is for the public hearings that are co-published in several publications. The number for for your office, just for the legislature office, to be clear, I would refer you to the document that I prepared for last year's discussion on this, which I was unable to pull up just now. I believe it is below $10,000, though the budgeted amount is, I think, twice that we spend every year on these legal notice advertising. Legal notices also are typically a lower cost for the inch in the newspaper than a different traditional ad. They're done at different rates, so they're not as expensive as traditional advertising, but also not as effective.
Anna.
Question for clarification purposes. I meant there are three.
Can you lean in a little bit, please?
Yeah, there are 3 local, either online or print publications. Would you want to note the one that we would choose?
Particularly, I mean, there are 2 prints. I would let us, we could have a wrestling match. I think it should be.
Can you lean into your microphone, please?
I think it should be printed, so I think it's really down to 2. Because I think a lot of people still read the newspaper.
I think we should ask Matt if he wants to wrestle for it.
That would be fantastic. I mean, pay-per-view kind of thing. That would pay for the bill of this whole thing, really.
Any other discussion? Ready for a vote?
This is on the amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. This is the amendment to publish extra notices.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
No.
Greg Mezzi. Yes. Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown. Yes. Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
No. 12-2, the motion carries. So I have to ask a question post-vote. I mean, that was the amendment, but so there is a budget implication for that we didn't tackle, right? Okay. Okay, we're back on the main motion, the new main motion, the amended main motion, which is designate the newspaper, and we will duplicate it somewhere else. Mike Lane.
You're going to have to be real careful about whether you're going to pick one. The other two aren't going to be happy. And I just think you got to be real careful about this. A bit of history real fast. Years ago, you had to publish in two papers. One was a Republican paper, and the other was a Democratic paper. And the Ithaca Journal was the Republican paper, and at that time, in the early 60s, for example, the Dryden Rural News was the Democratic paper.
Drew.
I think we should also research whether those other papers can give us the required documentations. So for most RFPs, especially for state-funded projects, we need to get a notarized statement that it was published. So Katrina, do you know if they do provide those?
I do believe Finger Lakes does, but I don't usually request a copy of an affidavit of publication from a secondary paper, as long as I have the one from the Ithaca Journal, because that's usually our designated paper.
Yep, but if we designate other papers, I think we have to get affidavits from both. But maybe Maury could weigh in on that. And
I believe they do them for LLCs.
okay.
And
it will increase our cost, but I don't have a budget.
I think if we have the one designated paper, this is an additional thing that we're saying we want to do.
The way that I interpreted the amendment was that we were going to still leave a designated paper and just run a duplicate
Right, exactly.
ad in a secondary paper. Is that your intent, Mr. Sigler?
I would just also add that we can have further discussion about this at GO either December or January.
Okay, so the motion is to designate the Ithaca Journal our official newspaper and to also publish duplicate ads in some newspaper yet to be named. Is that correct? For an unknown amount of money. All right. Any further discussion? Let's have a vote then.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
No.
Greg Mezzi. No. Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler. Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion. Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson. Dan Klein.
No. Really? Who's the fourth vote? And to 4, the motion carries. Okay.
Thank you.
Still on Geo.
Okay, I will move Resolution M, renewal of engagements for legal services with Romer, Wallens Gold, and Minnow, LLP, ID 12787.
Seconds, discussion. Let's have a vote.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff. Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown. Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. 14-0, the motion carries. Anything else for the Government Operations Committee? Okay, moving on. Planning, Energy and Environmental Quality Committee, Ann Corman, Chair.
Thank you. Due to the lateness on the hour, I'm going to try and keep it just to 20, 30 minutes, my report here. So we met on last Thursday, November 14th, and I wanted to thank the committee's vice chair, Dr. Pillar, for chairing the committee in person, as I'm still out recovering from knee surgery. So we had quite an extensive update on local and state water quality initiatives and issues. By Darby Kiley from our planning department. So if you're interested in those topics, please take a look at that meeting. It's too many to list, actually. But two things I'll mention. It did include the health of our lake, including some impaired areas of Cayuga Lake. And another thing I thought was an interesting development is that for development going forward at some point, and it's not set in stone yet, and we don't have quite all the details yet, and even the date that this is going to be implemented. But when development across the state is happening, folks are going to have to get the wetland, find out to make sure that they're not impinging on wetlands. And there's new maps that are out from the Bureau of Ecosystem Health, and you have to apply to them to find out if where you're doing any type of land disturbance, if you're disturbing or possibly disturbing a wetland. And so the Darby said it's possible that could, delay or when you're getting your building permit up to 90 days that that department has to respond to you. So we'll see. We don't have all the details yet on what size of development we're talking about, but I could imagine it would be even smaller development because if someone just has a residential property and I have what could be some wetlands on my property. Some other updates that we had were regarding, we passed a resolution that will come up on our next legislature meeting regarding funds from the Natural Infrastructure Capital Program for the acquisition of the Town of Ithaca's Sage Preserve. And then going into the Department of Recycling and Materials Management updates, they had the restaurant disposable serviceware update, and you probably heard us talking about this before. We had some people from the community come to us, and it was they were calling it Skip the Stuff, and that's about the disposable or single-use items that you get when you go to food service establishments, when you get to-go food. So one of the big updates was that researching it, they found that other municipalities that are doing this, it's taking a lot of staff time to implement this and to regulate it. So to be continued. We're not ready to do this right yet, but so stay tuned for more updates. Another resolution we passed that will also be coming up at our next legislature meeting, not tonight, was establishing a unit charge for the 2025 solid waste annual fee. And so we've talked about that before, but one amendment that was made to it at the committee was to change the colleges, the four-year colleges, for their unit charge based on 5 students, changed it to 4 students. So that was an amendment brought forth by legislator Greg Mezzi, and that did pass 4-1. I was the only one who voted against it just because I thought we might want to give the more transparency and let the public know more about that first. And so I talked to Chair Dan Klein, and he agreed that he would at least let the colleges know that this is coming up. Just as Dan said, to avoid surprises, after the fact, after we vote on something. So I appreciate the help in that. And so I have 3 resolutions, and they are the revised ones that are in your packet. And they are N, O, and P, but they all have to do with getting ready to possibly bond for improvements and reconstruction to portions of our 2 landfills or our closed landfills, Hillview Road landfill and Caswell Road landfill. So I'll move the first 2 are making negative determinations of environmental significance. So I'll move the first one, making a negative determination. This is N, negative determination of environmental significance in relation to Hillview Road landfill, leachate infrastructure improvements, ID 12825.
Randy seconds. Discussion. Mike Sigler.
Why do they call it that? I mean, isn't the whole point of this to have an environmental significance, not a negative declaration?
Why is it negative, you're asking? Maury.
The negative declaration is the finding that there is no significant environmental impact of the action.
At the point of the action, of this particular action, it is to have a significant impact. It'll be cleaner. That's why we're doing it.
That's a negative declaration. If it's going to be better, it would be a negative declaration.
Only a positive declaration if the impact would be negative. This makes perfect sense.
If I could say, it's really about maintaining them, continuing to maintain them.
Okay, any other discussion on resolution N? Okay, let's have a vote, please.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion. Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. 14-0, the motion carries. Ann?
Thank you. And so I'll move resolution O, and this is again the revised one on your desk. This is making a negative determination of environmental significance in relation to Caswell Road landfill, leachate infrastructure improvements, ID 12826.
Greg seconds. Discussion. Let's have a vote, please.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion. Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. 14-0, the motion carries. Ann?
Great. Next is the revised resolution P, a bond resolution authorizing the issuance of up to $1,066,425 in serial bonds and notes of the County of Tompkins, New York, to pay a portion of the cost of reconstruction and improvements at certain county-owned landfills, ID 12792.
Is there a second? Randy? Discussion. Let's have a vote, please.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion. Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. 14-0, the motion carries. And anything
Great.
else?
The last thing that I have is our next meeting is Monday, December 9th at 10 a.m. And I believe, if I'm seeing the schedule correctly, Randy Brown said the downtown facilities was on the December 9th, but I think that's on December 10th, the next day. Is that correct?
We are checking, hang on.
I think so. Yeah, it's usually the second Tuesday.
I think the answer is yes, Ann. Thanks for,
Okay,
thanks for catching
so
that.
peak is on the 9th. All right, thanks, everybody.
Any last questions for Ann? All right, we are on to individual member filed resolutions. Resolution Q.
I promise my colleagues I'm not trying to subvert the committee process. Resolution Q, if I could move Doc ID 12875, Emergency Medical Service, EMS as an essential service.
Shauna seconds.
If I may.
Yes.
This was mirrored a resolution of TCOG, as you heard our municipal officials speaking to this resolution tonight. I did speak with Legislator John as it related to public safety, and there was a sense that because this is more of a reaffirmation of something that was previously passed, that bringing it in this form as a member filed, in my opinion, seemed appropriate. And yeah, I guess I would open it up to any questions.
Questions or comments? Resolution Q. Rich.
Going back to privilege of the floor, I think Robert Lynch has a point. This might end up putting extra burden on municipalities, but I don't think we can determine that yet. One thing we can be, it could play out in lots of different ways, and frankly, New York State could step up the way they probably should in helping build better emergency medical services and response across the state. But the alternative to this resolution is letting things just sort of continue as they are, and that doesn't seem to be working very well. So I will support the resolution.
Lee.
Couple thoughts. And I understand the concerns that the privilege of the floor points that were made. And I've been working on this issue with the various state associations for emergency services for years. And it became one of the priorities when I was president of the State Fire Chiefs Association. So for disclosure purposes. But going back to when I was Director of Emergency Response, we always had one question in our mind. We knew that we had to send fire, we had to send police, and the local governments by law had to provide us with those agencies. We never had that mandate for emergency medical services. We've always had people at departments that held a certificate of need. Traditionally, all of your fire departments provided first response emergency medical services. But there's nothing in the law, nothing in the Constitution that demands that local government provide these services. And the question was always there, what happens if nobody wants to take a particular territory? And one of the reasons that we began as associations to focus on this is that we could see an impending crisis coming. And what we envisioned at one point in time is that, similar to fire services, that state legislation would mandate the towns, villages, and cities to make this an essential service and ensure that there's some level of provision. The legislation that has been proffered in Albany thus far does reach out in a means that Bob may have referred to earlier, is it may incorporate the counties into being responsible in some manner for ensuring that this service is provided, which is different than fire and police. Not a bad thing. And the legislation that seems to be maturing is really not going in the direction of demanding a particular level of service or that any one provider or level of government provide it. where it seems to be headed is that the state is going to, if it passes, mandate that there be a cooperative plan amongst all the municipalities, maybe similar to what we do with the shared services. And that, but it will potentially put an obligation on counties that has never existed before, that they ensure, in cooperation with the other levels of government, that emergency medical services is addressed. None of the legislation says at what level that has to be done. I'm hoping there's flexibility that's there, because there's some areas of the state that probably are in a position and can afford to staff at much higher levels. You're going to have something tailored to what the capabilities and finances are of the local governments. I'm in support of this. I think that it's the responsible thing to do. Is if you're going to operate a 911 system, you need to have something in place to respond when people call for help. There's nothing in the law right now that ensures that that's going to happen. It has happened, but it's due to the voluntary response of a lot of different people, agencies, and local government entities. I'm in support of this.
Discussion. I'm going to take a quick turn. I just wanted to say that the council person from Enfield's comments were not appropriate to this resolution, in my opinion, because we're saying we believe mandatory coordination of EMS services at the county and intercounty level is the best method. So we're not asking for the towns to step in. We're asking for the counties to be given the responsibility. So that's it. Any last discussion? Vote, please.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion. Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes. 14-0, the motion carries.
Thank you. The next one I have is Resolution R, Doc ID 12906, creation of positions, Department of Social Services, Shelter Services, Temporary Housing Assistance Site. And I would move that.
On a second.
This is for our THA, Temporary Housing Assistance Shelter, different from our Code Blue shelter, just to keep everybody thinking the same way. And this is essentially, we have had to take over the work of what St. John's was providing. And this is the result of that. These are needed positions, and the reason why this didn't make it through the committee system or process is because they're needed to happen quickly, and we need to start hiring and staffing for them, and timing of committees, et cetera, didn't work itself through. So there's this one, which assigns the number, hours per week, and grade of the positions. The subsequent one is the funding implication for the remainder of the 2024 budget. Is that correct, Lisa?
Got it. Yep.
Discussion on Resolution R. Yeah, we got a second. I'm sorry. Any more discussion? A vote, please.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler. Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks. Randy Brown.
Yes.
Yes.
Amanda Champion. Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson. Dan Klein.
Yes. 14-0, the motion carries.
The next one is Resolution S, Doc ID 12907, budget adjustment, Department of Social Services, Shelter Services, Temporary Housing Assistance Site, and I would so move.
Is there a second? Susan seconds. Discussion.
This is the financial implication, and you can see that there's also state reimbursement expected to cover some of these expenses. And I would default to Lisa and or Kit to drill into the specifics of the financials if there's questions.
Want to say anything, or are you just ready for questions? Or
I thought it was if there were questions.
if there are questions, fair, good. Are there questions? Discussion? Okay, let's have a vote.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion. Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson. Dan Klein.
Yes. Okay, 14-0, the motion carries. We're up to minutes of the previous meeting, October 30th, 2024, public hearings. Somebody want to move those minutes? Randy moves. Veronica seconds. Discussion. Okay, let's have a vote on the minutes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff. Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown. Amanda Champion. Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson. Dan Klein.
Yes. 14-0, the motion carries. Is there any unfinished business? Okay, we're soon going to move into executive session. We had a request to add another item, so we now have 3 items in executive session. 2 for the medical, financial, credit, or employment history of a particular person or corporation, or matters leading to the appointment, employment, promotion, demotion, discipline, suspension, dismissal, or removal of a particular person or corporation. And 1 item for the proposed acquisition, sale, or lease of real property, or the proposed acquisition of securities, or sale or exchange of securities held by such public body, but only when publicity would substantially affect the value thereof. Is there somebody that would move to go into executive session, please? Rich moves. Shauna seconds. Ready for a vote? All in favor of going to executive session? Any opposed? One opposition, Deborah Dawson. Okay, we're going to shut the cameras down. It's going to take a few minutes and go into executive session. When we come out, we do not expect to be taking any action.